Okay, hi. Hi. I made it. Oh, sorry, I just had to fucking finish promoting stream. I think I posted everywhere. Anyway. Hi. Do you like the Halloween Astolfo fit? How are we feeling? Do we like it? This took me so long, bro. For starters, this is like a normal Astolfo wig. Like, it was pink at one point. And then I wanted to dye it orange. That did not happen, clearly. There's like, if you look close, some of it is orange. There's like some orange in it. But for the most part, it's black. Because, I tried to dye it orange, which, first of all, you can't use normal hair dye on wigs. You have to use fabric dye, but you have to use synthetic fabric dye. So it's really fun. Anyway, so I tried dyeing it normal way, didn't work, did nothing. So then I was like, fuck it. Okay, we're gonna dye it with fabric dye. We're gonna try it that way. Worked too well. I used orange dye. Well, at first I used yellow dye and it didn't do enough. So I was like, okay, well, what the fuck? But the first time I did it, I like didn't boil it the whole time. I used boiling water, but I didn't boil it consistently for the whole like 30 minutes or whatever. So it just stayed pink. It was like slightly peachish, but it was still pink. So I was like, well, fuck. So then I got orange dye, and then that time I actually boiled it properly, so I did it the whole time. It turned red. It was way too dark. It worked way too well. So I was like, well, fuck, I can't really go back from that. So then I was like, fuck it, I don't have time, dyeing it black. Anyway, that whole process made this so tangled. You have no idea. It took me an entire day to untangle it, and I just finished styling it today, which I'm like, okay on the styling, but there's a few pieces where I'm like, meh. But like, bruh. It was a process. It was a motherfucking process. Go run, be crazy mobs. Anyway, oh my god, if you do dye it, I suggest dyeing a shorter one to start with, because holy shit, dude, nightmare. So I wanted, how long did it take to dye it? I left the black in for like 45 minutes. You can leave it in for like half an hour to an hour. That's usually how long it takes. And then you have to like brush it out, style it again, wash it thoroughly, all that. I know, usually I just buy one in the color I want, but this didn't really come in the style I needed for it to be Astolfo's haircut, because it's like kind of specific. So yeah. So it took a hot second, but I'm gonna dress up a little bit for Christmas, but not as much as sometimes, because yeah. Anyway, I was gonna rebuild the basement off stream, but styling the wig took way fucking longer than I was expecting it to, so we're gonna not do that. Where the fuck? There it is. So instead, can we go offline? Holy shit. Yes, go offline. Stop updating shit when I don't want you to. Anyway. Let's see if my mod is updated. I literally haven't checked anything yet. But my point was, the wig took way too long. I didn't fix the basement. We're gonna have to try again. Am I ready for November? October is far from over for me. So I don't really care all that much. I'm not really thinking about November. Okay. Let's see. Yes. They fixed it. Of course they did, because they're so fast. I love that. Ooh. Alright. Thank fucking God. Hopefully that means everything will work well. Oh wait, I don't want you. No. Mods. UI cheats. We're just gonna move that into there and hope that fixed it. Alright. And if it doesn't, I will cry. Thank you, thank you. I'm probably gonna do a little bit more. I'm probably gonna do a little bit more makeup tomorrow when I'm actually filming this content tomorrow. I'm probably gonna make it a little bit more like orange eyeshadow or something with it maybe. Cause I just went with like basic like goth, emo, whatever makeup right now. So, yeah. Okay, hold on, let me away from the mic this time. But look what I have. I have Sprite. Cranberry. Oh, so good. Nope, it's just this. It's just that this is really vibrant. This is super vibrant. Oh, I have no idea what that is. Who put that on the screen? Definitely not me. I have no idea who would put that there. That's crazy. Thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Lol. I'm still getting used to wearing this. Also, I always forget how annoying Astolfo's wig is to wear. Eesh. Holiday brew? Mountain Dew holiday brew? Huh. I have not seen that. Ugh. Alright. Let's see if everything is working. Let me just quickly check it before I have to inevitably, like, close it again. Also, like, the front of the hair is, like... I need scissors. Do you like my scissors? They're nifty. Okay. So, chat. The Queen, she has posted about Diddy. She's posted 2 parts to a 4-part series that she's doing on Diddy. Do we listen to it? Or what should we listen to for our pseudo Halloween stream, since I'm not actually going to be streaming on Halloween? A Diddy dive? No! Oh my god. But I feel like she's the only coverage that I really trust, because there's so many people that are being weird and crazy about it. The Queen did. So how are we feeling about this? Should we? Okay, UI is working. Right, it's all working. Cool. Cool. Wow. Who would have thought it actually just works? That's great. Okay, well, some things worked, some things didn't, and there's things that are not visible, so I don't know why we'd even talk about them. Also, we're not watching Fear Street. Okay, let me see if I can fucking make this work here. Stop hiding. Play. There we go. All right. There. All right. Okay. Perfect. Set up. It's fine. I'm not gonna try to replicate what we did last time. As much as it looked great. I'm just going to embrace it how it is. It's fine. It glitched as I was saving. You know how at the very end of stream I made that really ominous, pathetic statement of, weird, it's taking forever to save. Yeah. No, Sims doesn't autosave. So anyway, remind me every 15 minutes or so to save the game, okay? Help remind me to save. There's a very good reason why autosave is not a feature in The Sims, because a lot of times you want to be able to just like quit because you've fucked up and like your Sims died or something, and you want to be able to quit and not have that saved. And if you had autosave on, you could fuck yourself real hard. So that's why, but I wish there was an option to have autosave on for when you're building and stuff. However, I get why it's not default. But yeah, a lot of times you really, like, if you're doing a, like, gameplay in The Sims, you do not want an autosave. Bubs, why are you so fucking annoying? Can you stop? I'll kick you out if you don't. Annoying. I have that shut so there's less noise, pups. And also so that you stop being annoying. Right. Yep, he still got the donut. Because he's non-stop just biting at his back. And he needs to have, like, cortisone on it. And he can't eat that. So, woo. Alright. Yep. None. None for now. Unfortunately, because, yeah, they're just a hot mess right now. Okay. Why is my shit not loading? Load, bitch. Load. What is wrong with you? Hello? Why is it being so dumb? Load. There we go. There, we loaded. Okay. Alright. Let me get the link for you guys, and then we can start watching. I will put a timer up, actually, for this one, because it's longer, and we're gonna want to, like, see, you know. Dude, no, you're stuck in here. Just stop. Miso, you're fine. We don't need to go out there. Be nice to, hey, kids, babies, can we, okay. Bro. Okay, there's that. There's the link. Get it up. Not like that. Not like that. Hey! Stop! Miso! Stop! Dude, out. Get, nope. Out. Banished. Swear to God. He does not know how to fucking just protect his food without yipping. It's so fucking annoying. Fish balls? Wait, what? Oh, I was like, me? I don't, what are you talking about? Where would I get those? God damn it. Like meatballs but fish. I figured. I feel like I'd rather just eat fish though, you know? Okay. Anyway, let me get this pulled up. Okay, pull it up. Let me get the timer out so we can sync up. All right. Here we go. All right, you ready? We're gonna do 3, 2, 1, press play, on play. 3, 2, 1, play. How's the volume?
Weird things happen in Times Square, New York, especially on Saturday nights. But even by those standards, this is about to get very strange. A man walks into this popular building and he beelines it to the 9th floor. So it appears that he knows exactly where he's headed, exactly what he has to do. Security cameras show this man in a hoodie at 8:45 p.m. walking straight up to this other man in a tuxedo. I mean, I'm sure if you were to somehow get your hands on this footage, you could see that the figure in the tuxedo looks very familiar. It looks like Sean Diddy Combs. Diddy, the musician, the mogul. The hooded man walks straight up to whom everybody refers to as Diddy, and he just out of nowhere, unprompted, knocks him onto the ground. And for lack of a better word, because of the force, I guess, of how he knocked him over, Diddy's head pops off, becomes decapitated. The man then starts stomping on Diddy's decapitated head, just stomping until his head is turned literally into a pulp. He spits on the head before he books it out of there. He runs straight out of Madame Tussauds Wax Museum in Times Square after decapitating Diddy's wax figure. It's an unprompted, unprovoked, seemingly random, yet so premeditated attack.
They're hollow?
I mean, it can't be
Interesting.
random, right? For someone to do this, they must have something against Diddy. They weren't going on a rampage just knocking over every wax statue.
I will check it when I can find my phone.
Yes. Diddy declined to comment on the incident, but now people are wondering, does it have anything to do with everything that's happening right now? Because 5 years after this incident, $60 million of Diddy's disappears. How does $60 million just vanish? I mean, if there's $60 million in cash, maybe it's a little bit more feasible, but the way that this $60 million is set up, it weighs 48,000 pounds. That's like the weight of 24 cars that just goes dark. It just goes missing. Or like 42 grizzly bears. How does it just disappear? That is exactly what happens in March 2024 to Diddy's $60 million Gulfstream G550 private jet. It's registered under Love Air LLC. It's called the Love Air.
How do you
But
lose
it's
a
a
jet?
20-seat matte black aircraft, and it just goes missing. Now, to be very technical, the plane hasn't vanished. It's not a mystery in that sense, but it does go dark. Technically, all planes can be tracked, even private planes, thanks to the ADS-B system. It's the Automatic Dependent Surveillance Broadcast System. It broadcasts every single plane's position, altitude, speed, and other information every 3 seconds. You get 3-second updates. It's mandated for
So
all
annoying.
aircraft to improve safety and efficiency. Now, some websites have made a business of relaying all that data to the public. They've
Should I just do
compiled it for
stairs?
the public to
Just
track
gonna do
different
stairs.
planes. It's very intriguing. You know, there's whole Twitter accounts dedicated to tracking famous people's planes, mostly to pressure them to stop flying back and forth in their private jets while we're all stuck sucking on paper straws. But sometimes people will track plane data because it tells you more than just what celebrities are doing. It can tell you what high-profile business leaders are headed. And then you can kind of guesstimate where they're trying to invest, what next moves the company is going to make by tracking their movements. But on March 26th, 2024, a very famous man's plane goes dark. Sean Diddy Combs' private jet, a Gulfstream G550, goes dark.
Yeah, why is it that
On
color?
FlightAware's website, if you look up Love Air, you get this message. This aircraft is not available for public tracking per request from the owner and operator.
So you can remove yourself.
Yes, it's not unusual for people, especially celebrities, to request flight tracking data to be blocked from the site, but a lot of times, if people really want to find you, they can find you. Because it's not like you stop broadcasting your plane's location. You just request that these specific websites do not relay that information to the public.
Okay.
Now, people think the timing of it is very interesting because the plane lands
That is the same
in
one I used
Caribbean
last time, I
island
think.
of Antigua, and it goes dark online. Just a day after his homes in Miami and Los Angeles are raided by Homeland Security in an ongoing trafficking investigation. This is the case of a music mogul who is accused of trafficking. He is facing at least 11 different lawsuits from victims. Another 120 are suspected to file lawsuits against him. He is currently
that is
sitting
so
in
many
prison
lawsuits.
awaiting trial. There are rumors that the feds
Jeez.
have taken 100 electronic devices where the rumor is he and his fellow friends in the industry, high-profile celebrities, have been caught engaging in potentially illegal activities. This is part 1 of the Sean Diddy Combs case.
Like I said, 2 parts have been posted so far. Each of them are 2 hours.
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the Arizona Anti-Trafficking Network. They work constantly to bring solutions to the illegal human trafficking network in the States by creating awareness, researching, and training in the most current anti-trafficking methods. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support.
Nice.
As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. A big disclaimer to keep in mind throughout this entire case is it's currently ongoing and developing
I wish there was,
There
we
has
could
been
do
no
short
court
walls
verdicts
for
yet,
the
so unfortunately
railing.
I must legally state that these are all the current accusations and allegations. People are innocent until proven guilty, legally speaking. Some statements have been shortened for time, and all the theories and speculations mentioned are netizen opinions that can be found publicly online. All reporting for this episode is also taken from information that is online, so please do your own research, form your own opinions. I'm not here to convince you of anyone's guilt or innocence. Some potentially triggering themes involve heavy use of illicit substances, including date, R-word, drugs, domestic violence, workplace and gang violence, SA, and trafficking. This case is also going to be heavy, so please do not hesitate to take a break and unplug.
I'm not gonna use railings.
Said, let's get started. Originally, I was hoping to do a two-parter on the Diddy case, but then it became a three-parter, and then there was 13 deaths loosely connected somehow to Diddy.
13?
So now it has become a 4-part series. I've never been down a rabbit hole like this one before. There is no end in sight, and I'm sure with the trial in May of next year, there will be inevitably another part then. Just the amount of information, the amount of strange mysteries surrounding Diddy's life, I don't think I've ever really touched a case like this before. I know a lot of people liken him to Epstein, which I can see why that comparison is drawn, but the key difference here is Diddy is a very famous man. Epstein, he also circulated amongst famous and wealthy people, but he primarily was rubbing shoulders with the wealthy elite that tend to be a lot more private. But Diddy and all of his friends, they're very famous. There's just so much weird information available online that in hindsight, it appears quite scary. This will be part 1, where we do a deep dive on the lawsuit that started all of this, the hotel footage of him beating his then-girlfriend Cassie, as well as other girlfriends who have spoken out against him, as well as covering the freak-offs, and somehow we get into the Illuminati. Part 2 will be in-depth on the other lawsuits against him, as well as a lawsuit against his son, what happens at Diddy's yacht parties, and the very strange death of the mother of his children, Kim Porter, who died of pneumonia, and a very controversial book that claims to be her diary entries before her death, and that book seems to implicate Diddy as having a bigger hand in her death. Part 3 will be about the 13 people who have mysteriously died around Diddy. There's a very, very alarming pattern, not an implication of guilt, but a pattern of some strange, bizarre ways that he responds to people dying around him. And finally, part 4 will be the so-called Diddy's list, the internet allegations of all the celebrity friends who are rumored to somehow be involved in Diddy's trafficking charge. Also some other wild conspiracy theories that Diddy's not in prison, he's been cloned, there's tunnels under his house, the baby oil is laced.
The baby
oil
is
the
laced.
120 people that are working on suing him. And with that being said, let's get into it. They say the floors of the Trump National Doral Miami Hotel
Diddy is
are
beyond
impeccably
cooked. Yeah.
evidenced by footage of a man dressed in black inside the hotel that gets released. He's in this nearly empty area of the hotel, and he's pointing his gun behind him.
This is true.
And
We can.
this seems to be made out of jello, while he's just shooting up in the air at the ground.
This footage is
He's sometimes
crazy.
shooting at the chandelier, sometimes at the ground itself, and the footage is interesting. He's just recklessly shooting his gun. He's slipping on the freshly cleaned floors multiple times. He's wearing just
So
socks
goofy,
on tiled
bruh.
floors. Then he gets up and then shoots
so
around
funny,
like his
like,
wrist is made out
why?
of jello, and then starts running trips again. Honestly,
Oh my
if you
God.
told me this is movie footage of a man who is shooting at ghosts, I would potentially believe you.
Okay.
But it's not. It's real footage. It's
You know what?
real
I'll get
footage
some
of a man screaming, "Come out, mother!" while shooting at the ceiling and in the lounge areas. This man also grabs an American flag to drape over the front desk of the hotel. This is during Trump's presidency. He goes behind the counter, starts breaking, smashing the computers. When the Miami-Dade police arrive, a shootout ensues, both sides are firing, and in the commotion, the gunman manages to flee. He is found later hiding near the elevators with gunshot wounds to his legs. 1 gunshot to the right ankle, 2 to the left leg. Interestingly enough, most of the shots fired by the man were into the floor and ceiling, and ultimately the only one shot, thankfully, was himself. The man, Jonathan Odie, is arrested. Before the police can even question his dangerous but honestly kind of bizarre crime, they have to take him to receive medical attention. The whole time that doctors are trying to save him from his own pain, he's screaming, "I'm not gonna talk to none of y'all traitors. I need to talk with the FBI, Secret Service, someone get me the CIA. I need the media on the line now. Look at me. I'm an intelligence officer, and there will be no president in 2 days. There's going to be nuclear weapons. The police will no longer exist." Which I would say is one of the last things you would want to say after the crime he committed. But even more so,
I mean,
when the
Astolfo
police
is
figure out
funnier.
that he is, in fact, not a CIA operative. He's a stalker for a
What?
website called dancingbears.com.
No way.
It's an X-rated website where male dancers put on big bear masks and have
And
intimate
it's
relations
unfortunately
with women.
not fucking gay.
But he continues rambling about, quote, "Obama is Osama.
It should
Trump
be gay."
makes his money on
Like-
gas. Kill all the police in the street. Useless, good for nothing, nada. All of you. Laws are corrupt. Police death has come to you. You be judged. Die for now and for hell and for all of eternity. People in the streets are gonna shoot you. Get heart attacks. You're all dead. I'm gonna let them know to put a bullet in your head. My dog Bubbles, you gotta let him out of the
My
apartment,
dog Bubbles?
If he does not eat, he will die." He then proceeds to pass the officers his house and car keys. "Don't hurt my dog Bubbles."
Poor
You don't
baby.
have,
Found in the States?
yeah.
Just my dog Bubbles.
He continues on his
Poor
rambles.
Bubbles.
I have a settlement. I have a settlement with the former president of the United States, Obama. I have a settlement with the current president of the United States, Donald Trump. And I have one with P. Diddy. Excuse me? After the hospital, Jonathan Odie is brought into an interrogation room. Here's what I want you guys to know. Diddy and Ross, which they're good buddies, okay? And they're gay.
Ross.
Rick Ross. The police are confused. Who is?
Diddy and Ross. And Khaled.
No.
DJ Khaled, Rick Ross, and he did it?
Yeah.
They all gay?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You know the Illuminati
Jeff,
group that I was telling you about? He puts his hands up in a triangle shape. The Illuminated group, you know, the Illuminati, which is an elite group, okay? Individuals which run the whole country, all right? What I did this for was to basically transmit a statement to the American people because they want the United States to fall. They've been creating chaos and confusion in the United States.
Bro.
They want the United States to fall. You have the Illuminati, basically, which means illuminate.
I'm not gonna
They do
color anything right
satanic
now.
ritual abuse, which is basically CIA mind programming techniques to their own family and kids, and they bond that way. They do animal abuse, killing of animals, blood sacrifices, and everything in the Bohemian Grove. You know, where the bushes go.
Okay, how do I know this?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. How do you know this?
Sean Combs.
Puff Daddy,
Yeah.
P. Diddy, whatever you call himself
Yeah.
these days. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he's part of what is called the Boule. The Boule is a branch of the Illuminati.
Okay.
It's the black people. Okay. I'm from Africa. So
Uh.
I'm racist. Okay, you my brother. So
I love how the guy's just like,
My mom, I was raised by an African woman in my house. Okay.
And the police are like, okay, right, okay. So I have this settlement with Sean, and he belongs to that agenda. That's why he's so famous. They land over contracts. Okay. He leans in, he puts his arms on the table.
I had with Cassie and Sean.
oh my god, I thought he said cats for a second. I was like, ah. But it was, he said
And I heard
something very different.
Because when they would do it, Sean talks a lot on the phone and on the TV with speakers
need
and
to
stuff,
find-
and I'll be in there. I was like a slave. Yeah, for them. That's what I was. He leans back.
Okay, whatever, this is fine for now.
So I caught herpes. He goes on.
What is going on?
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like the ramblings of someone who is a little unhinged. He leans back and he goes on to explain that Diddy's 2 attorneys asked him to turn in a video recording. Those 2 attorneys are also involved in Michael Jackson's death and the Illuminati. It's unclear, but it seems like he's stating a video was recorded of this supposed encounter and he turns it in, but he also states, "They gave it back to me accidentally, and it's possible that I threw everything out, but it's also possible that I could produce a copy." I'm not sure.
Okay.
Now, how does that lead up to him going into the Trump hotel with a gun?
My settlement put me in a box.
I didn't, I forgot it was the Trump Hotel, lol.
So I let it be, but they've been following me, and they've had smart girls had the FBI on me, has had other agencies looking at me and spying on me, okay, because they wanted to set me up as an extortionist, like if I was extorting Sean for money. It's wrong.
Basically what happened is the Ciroc agenda, you know, the Ciroc vodka agenda, is to promote binge drinking and drugs. The hip-hop agenda, that's why they had Tupac killed. Because when they killed him, they gained pain. That's when the record sales go up. That's how you become famous. That's how you do it, all right? Tupac is still alive. He's in Cuba. Basically what happens, it was in the hip-hop agenda.
What?
He alleges, in more simplified terms, they move drugs all over the United States. They move drugs in private jets that don't get screened within the United States domestically. They move all that dope in the private jets. They move what's called high-grade powder MDMA. They move cocaine. They move liquid cocaine in their bottles, too.
I've seen liquid cocaine. I've tried it myself. Having sex with Diddy and Cassie. Okay, it's not good. He drinks all the time. Alright, he calls it GG. It's liquid cocaine. Alright.
Many state it sounds like an interrogation that one would watch to study for psychology class. And to be frank, there's many parts of the interrogation that sounds like the unhinged ramblings of someone who has lost touch with reality and has gotten swept up in every internet conspiracy possible. Perhaps he created a whole fantasy of two high-profile A-list celebrities, and in his mind, he truly knows them. He's met them. He's had these encounters with them, but it's all a fantasy, right? It doesn't change the fact that he committed this crazy crime, and it does appear that most of what he's saying are full-blown conspiracies, we hope. But the question is, what if there's even a little bit of truth to what he's saying? Because 4 years later,
there is a little bit.
The Department of Homeland Security conduct a multi-state raid on Diddy's LA mansion and his Miami mansion. Diddy's LA home is described as, quote, an immersive experience. It's on the same street as the Playboy mansion as well as Kylie Jenner's home.
Save? Okay,
One
save.
reporter says,
Saving.
within moments of entering his home, a member of the staff will walk up offering you a drink, likely De Leon tequila infused, Diddy's tequila brand. Well, former tequila brand. There's a personal chef on duty.
Former
but they don't
tequila
just start
brand,
shoving
lol.
food down your throat. They don't even ask you, are you hungry? Instead, they wait. They watch you without making you feel watched. They just wait for you and your body to send signals that you're feeling for a little snack. One recent Vanity Fair piece on Diddy says, the hospitality is both overt and inconspicuous. You will enjoy yourself here, or someone will die trying.
What does that mean?
It seems to insinuate that someone will die trying to make you enjoy yourself.
By doing...
All these things, over the top. There's so much staff trying to make sure you're having a good time. It's overt, but it's also inconspicuous. The staff are wearing everyday clothes. They're not dressed up in wait staff attire. It's fascinating. They have this relaxed attitude, but they can tell that they're not relaxed. They're high alert. But when you see them walking down the stairs, it looks like they have nowhere to be. But you can just tell shit gets done in this house.
I'm still low-key grabbing the same items as last time,
how
but...
we were talking about Epstein's house?
Yes.
There was like so many staff,
probably
right?
have it
And
be
they're
different.
all so dressed up and just standing around.
Maybe I'll
So you're
duplicate
saying
a little
these
bit
people
if
are
I can
always
remember.
around, but they look like they're not like uptight,
They look like they're family friends.
but they are actually
Yes.
very uptight.
They're like lounging on the couch, but they're probably surveying you and trying to see what you need next. Because the minute that you're half
That's
done
so
with
weird.
a glass of water, you've got now a wine glass in your hand. It just gets so seamlessly replaced.
Which takes even more effort.
More effort, more skill. It's very interesting. Now, in hindsight, that's a very grim description of his home. Someone's gonna die trying. You will enjoy yourself here. If the staff don't make people feel out of place or slightly uncomfortable or watched, the grandness of the house is gonna accomplish that. The house is one of the pricier residential homes in Southern California. It's actually on the market right now if you're interested for $61 million. It looks more like a resort than a residential home. It's a modern colonial style home. It's all white. It looks like the White House on steroids with beautiful French doors, beautiful iron balconies on the second floor. It's got this massive swimming pool, basketball court, a separate 2-story guest house, state-of-the-art movie theater that seats 35 guests, a resort-like swimming pool with a waterfall, a spa house, gym, recording studio.
The cars again.
This giant metal statue in the back. It looks like one of those metal statues, and if you were to slice it back and forth, it's like rings.
Yep.
And it's the headless torso of Kim Porter. It's said often that he speaks to her giant metal bust. It was his tribute to his now gone Kim Porter, which we will talk about in episode 2. It's a massive 10-bedroom, 13-bathroom estate, 17,000 square foot home. But in March 2024, tanks are driving up to that house. A swarm of fully decked out, in tactical gear officials start clearing through that house. They've got guns pointed in every direction. They're sending in drones to check rooms. Diddy's 2 sons, 30-year-old Justin and 25-year-old Christian, are forced up against the wall, handcuffed, with guns pointed at them. They're dragged out of the house while the rest of the team tear through that place. Which is interesting, because what exactly are these Homeland Security officials looking for? It's said by the time that they left, there were just cables dangling around, like they unplugged some security cameras, multiple safes that were left wide open,
That's funny, actually.
almost 100 electronics confiscated. At the same time, his massive $40 million compound in Miami was also raided by Homeland Security at the same time. Coordinated. It's a pretty crazy visual to see Homeland Security just rolling up in tanks, camo, full gear, raiding a mansion in a neighborhood where you've got the hedge fund billionaire Citadel founder Ken Griffin just down the block, where Philip Frost,
they've been waiting for this moment. The FBI was like,
there's only like 50
let's fucking
houses on this little
go.
island that he lives in Miami. It's called Star Island. It's like a billionaire island. Interestingly enough, Alex Rodriguez and his then girlfriend Jennifer Lopez, who also happens to be Diddy's ex-girlfriend, owned a house on the same island.
40 million Miami home, 60 million LA home, both getting raided at the same time.
By Homeland Security.
And where is Diddy?
Diddy? He's at an airport in Miami.
Oh, so he wasn't there.
No, there's actually footage of him.
He ran away.
So that's what people thought because his plane went dark, but he didn't actually run away. It said that he was searched at the Miami airport. It's like a private, small airport in Miami. There's actually someone who took a video of him pacing around because I'm sure he's getting all the news that his homes are getting raided. He just got spoken to by Homeland Security. And someone says ominously while they're recording Diddy, you're probably wondering, what's gonna happen next, Diddy?
I guess you wonder what's gonna happen next, Diddy.
It's very unsettling. The whole thing is unsettling. In a statement, Homeland Security states,
they knew.
When your house gets raided by Homeland Security, that is very odd. Yeah. Homeland Security is the department that is responsible for trafficking investigations. Because you hear the FBI, you hear people getting swatted. Yeah. Homeland Security is a bit bizarre.
Yeah, are they more
Homeland Security is
FBI? I wonder.
Yes.
Some people think they are, but definitely some of the crimes that they investigate are pretty intense. Like you're talking very organized crime charges.
Yeah, they go for like
In a statement,
mobs.
Homeland Security states, earlier today, Homeland Security Investigations New York executed law enforcement actions as part of an ongoing investigation with assistance from Homeland Security Los Angeles, Miami, and our local law enforcement partners. We will provide further information as it becomes available. The further information would shock many netizens. The feds would reveal that they are investigating Diddy for trafficking charges and that they found 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant along with narcotics in Diddy's mansion.
I still can't get over the fact that people thought that was actually
baby oil is about
being used as lube.
Which is nothing.
Baby oil is quite literally the worst lubricant that fucking exists. It was not being used as lube. It absorbs into your skin so quickly. That's why there's drugs in it.
The outside of the White House one time and then another half. You know those giant water cooler jugs in those corporate offices, and you connect it to the machine, and it, like, that's about 83 of those jugs of baby oil.
I also think it's bizarre that they disclosed that out of everything. I'm sure there's a lot of incriminating evidence they found.
No, like,
they're saying, here's
legitimately, you can't use it as lube.
So some
That's what I
people think
mean.
that
Like,
it was included in the
have you ever
indictment
tried to
indicates
use
this
baby
amount of
oil as a
baby oil
lube?
must
It
have
straight up doesn't
space
work.
cooking. You don't just do this
Like,
as
it
someone who
straight up
loves to have intimate
doesn't
relations
work.
with even multiple women and men. Who cares,
Like,
right? But
Imagine if it did work as a lube. You're lubing up a baby, like, what the fuck? It's gonna slide all over the plate. You're gonna drop it.
With the narcotics, because there is
It's
suspicion
to
that baby oil has been
prevent
laced with
diaper
something.
rash.
But what did they
Like-
disclose that already?
We don't know, because they don't have to disclose any of that. Now, but more alarming is that they find
Yeah, it's good for
9
massages
AR-15 style
because it's good for your skin,
6
but
with
you're
the
not
serial
using it
numbers intact,
on its
but
own
3 of
usually.
them, the serial numbers are scratched off,
It does deal with
which
terrorism,
is
yeah.
very scary. Now, many believe that this raid was kicked off by Cassie Ventura's lawsuit against her ex-boyfriend Diddy. His homes are raided in March of 2024. Cassie Ventura,
Running out of
Diddy's
space.
ex-girlfriend, files her lawsuit November 2023. But everyone thinks, no. The lawsuit actually starts back in 2022. I know it's very confusing. Bear with me here. 2022, Cassie and Diddy have already been broken up for 4 years now. In fact, Cassie is married to another man. She's a mom with 2 beautiful children. But Diddy is winning the BET Lifetime Achievement Award. His rumored girlfriend, Young Miami of City Girls, is in the crowd holding up a sign supporting him. But in his winning speech, instead of thanking Young Miami, he says, "Anything I do is through love. That's
So
what
awkward.
I evolved to be. That's what I'm doing right now. I was in a dark place for a few years, and I gotta give a special thank you to the people that was really there for me." He lists a few people, and then there's this odd moment where he looks directly into the camera and says, "Cassie, for holding me down in dark times. Love."
Yeah, also Cassie for holding me down in the dark times.
His face. His face is so disturbing.
Wait,
Ugh.
he broke up already?
Gross.
What year
4
was
years
that?
ago. They broke up in 2018. This is in 2022.
That is crazy.
She's married. She's moved on. It's not like they're still on and off. He's dating Young Miami. He's dated like a string of other women allegedly after this. And he's publicly in this weird relationship with Young Miami where it's like kind of unclear if they're dating or not. It's a little bit unclear, but she's there, right there.
Yeah.
Cassie's not even there.
Yeah.
This is very strange.
So
And
weird.
Like kind of like a threat almost.
That's what it feels like. At the time, nobody thought it was. They just thought it was kind of disrespectful to Young Miami. But maybe he was still pining for Cassie because they did date
Exactly,
for like 10 years. Maybe
exactly.
he wants her back and she's the one that got away. But now in
Like-
hindsight, it feels like a threat. Because just 18 months later, Cassie will file a
Shower
lawsuit
sex
against
is
Diddy.
fun, but not because of
The
water. You have to
19-year-old
avoid the
Cassie
water.
gets presented with this very simple 10-album deal with Diddy's record label, Bad Boy Records. So far, Cassie just has a few songs that by chance happen to be playing at a
Wait,
club.
when was this?
This is back in 2006. This is when they first meet. Her
I'd
songs
say it's
were
more
playing
than
at a club
half the
that
rap
Diddy was
industry,
at.
but yeah.
And he's intrigued. I mean, her voice, it's nice. She's going viral on MySpace at the time. And 37-year-old Diddy ends up signing 19-year-old Cassie to his label. She releases an album under Bad Boy Records. It debuts number 4 on the Billboard 200 in the US, which is a big freaking deal, especially when you factor in this is her first debut album. It seems like Cassie herself is not even ready for this level of commercial success. She was just going around promoting her album, doing these different press interviews, press tours. She would perform her songs live, but because she's so nervous and she's never done this before, she would freak out. Her performance would be considered not her best, and the media was just ripping into her. This is her first taste of fame, really. Side note, this is the same girl who said one of her first performances, she was doing everyone's
God
hair
damn,
and
this
makeup.
outfit's itchy.
The dancers, the performers. So she's passionate, she's clearly talented. She's just not used to this level of fame that comes with signing with Bad Boy
Hair stop
Records.
sliding.
Some critics start questioning her vocal ability, suggesting that her studio recordings
Have to have it like
are
that
just
so it stops
heavily edited,
pulling my
and she
head.
can't even manage to replicate the same sound live. Others use this as a way to be like, see, she's not that talented. She's just an industry plant. She's signed by Bad Boy Records because she's pretty. So she's signed with Diddy. She's dating a producer by the name of Ryan Leslie. She's not actually skilled.
Okay.
The negative press at the time was a lot. She's
We'll start
19
with
years
that.
old. Her frontal lobe has not even fully developed, but everybody is treating her like she personally insulted their mothers. She's probably thinking my entire career is over at this point. But Diddy, the owner of her record label, comes in and he starts defending his artist. He tells MTV News, "You could hear the nervousness in her voice. And to be honest, I kind of smiled at that because it made me appreciate what I really love about her. She's just a regular person. It just made me appreciate that she got nervous. It's kind of cute to me, to be honest. You've got to understand that success for her is coming out of nowhere. It's just huge, and people deal with that differently." A lot of people shut up after that, and they respected Diddy a lot for coming to his artist's defense, which is probably why Cassie felt comfortable and excited to perform at the MTV Europe Music Awards in Denmark later that year with Diddy. She flies all the way to Europe with Diddy, and during hair and makeup leading up to this performance, she's sitting in the makeup chair, and her makeup artist is fixing her face, staring at her in the mirror, and just states, "Diddy's interested in you."
Wait, she's dating someone though, right?
Yeah, and Diddy's dating Kim Porter, okay? So this is very crazy, you know? Cassie thought the whole thing was just gossip, and honestly kind of gross. He's so old. He's practically double her age. But there's just no way. He's in a very public relationship with his longtime on and off girlfriend, the mother of his children, Kim Porter. Besides, she's publicly dating a producer by the name of Ryan Leslie, and he knows that. He's friends with Ryan Leslie. But from what everybody has said about Diddy, if he wants something or someone, there's really no way of saying no. The two enter into a very public relationship. And for the most part, they fit this very glamorous, jealousy-inducing public image. The music mogul leaves the mother of his child. It's not explicit that it's due to Cassie. It seems like he's never really been a loyal person. Even with Kim Porter, he was cheating on her with multiple other people. He had children with other women while he was dating Kim Porter. It's a lot. We're going to get into it in episode 2. But he ends up publicly dating Cassie, and everyone thought the music mogul, the beautiful, talented girlfriend, they look good together. But behind closed doors, there were just some
make the ghosties come out of it.
For example, while he's publicly dating Cassie, he posts a tribute to one of the mothers of his children. So he's got 3 mothers of his children, well, now 4, but he captions it, "Chance," their daughter's name. "Chance and I are so grateful to have you in our lives. Love." Which is totally fine.
The way he keeps
but the picture he posts of the mother of his child is her in a bikini on the beach. Again, the picture is fine. I'm not mom shaming her. She looks incredible. But surely he had more appropriate pictures to post considering he's dating Cassie. It's her birthday. It's just...
Of course he doesn't.
He also allegedly had drugs and pills out in the open, like candy. So those were a few red flags for Cassie. But again, maybe that's just what happens when you're dating a billionaire in the industry. They're eccentric. But sometimes he would do really strange, really questionable things. For example, according to a lawsuit, Cassie told Diddy that she calls her beloved grandfather Pop Pop. Immediately after that, Diddy insisted that Cassie call him Pop Pop.
Ew.
But they're dating. With this huge age gap. It feels a little perverse. But more alarming than that is they were constantly breaking up, getting back together, and while they're on a bit of a break, Cassie alleges that she had a brief relationship with another musician by the name of Kid Cudi. And it seems that Diddy found emails between Cassie and Kid Cudi. He was not happy. He tells Cassie, "I'm gonna blow up Kid Cudi's car." Which, I mean, no excuses for that, but it sounds like
it's so unhinged.
It's just someone's intense anger and jealousy speaking, right? I mean, it's Diddy. It's P. Diddy. Really? He's gonna blow up another A-list musician's car? That's ridiculous. January 9th, 2012, Kid Cudi's car blows up in his driveway. His Porsche goes up in flames at 11 a.m. in the morning.
Unhinged.
The report lists the cause of fire as intentional, aka arson, but the police don't know who did this. The police were never able to figure out exactly who did it. But there were whispers that Diddy was going around stating that he ordered someone, allegedly, to slice open the car's convertible top, it's a Porsche convertible, and drop a Molotov cocktail inside to have the car blow
unhinged.
Up. Allegedly. In fact, there were always whispers about Diddy, if you're in the industry. You know why they call him Puff? Or at least why they did call him Puff, don't you? There was a brief rumor that he got it in high school. He was on the football team, but because he was a bit skinnier of a kid, he had this habit of puffing up his chest to look more intense. But most people say that's not actually why they call him Puff.
That would be so...
Or Puffy.
So goofy.
That would be very goofy.
Puff Daddy.
They say it's a childhood name. Because he was always... I feel like the real reason is goofier.
Okay.
Because he was always angry, so he would walk around huffing and puffing. So they called him Puffy.
No way.
Puffy. Or
So
Puff.
goofy.
Puffy, Puff, then it's Puff Daddy, then it's P. Diddy, then it's Diddy, and now it's Brother Love.
Brother love.
He even admitted in an interview once, I had
Sorry,
a temper.
excuse me
That's
while I
why my friends
throw
started
up.
calling me Puffy. One industry source says they were at a party at Diddy's house, and they left early because the whole party just felt uncomfortable. They just sat there watching Diddy yell at Cassie all night for honestly nothing. They later said, you could see it in Cassie's eyes that she's scared. And I'm like, is this normal? Am I tripping right now? Why is nobody saying anything? Are they all scared of him? Why is he screaming at her?
Who said this?
An industry source, anonymous. So there's always whispers that Diddy is not normal in the industry. Danielle, who wrote a piece for the New York Times, she's a journalist. She said that she was at a party. This is back in 2015, which, by the way, she has a piece on New York Times. It's incredible. She's an amazing writer. This was back in 2015. She's at a party, one of those fancy ones, where they have the little tuna bites and those singular spoons and the wait staff walk around. Cassie, who's normally always surrounded by Diddy's entourage, is walking around alone, which is very rare. She's wearing stilettos in the grass, but she's stunning. She's so graceful. The way it's like she's barefoot. But even more so when she walks over to Danielle, gracefully squats down to be eye level, and says, how are you? Fine, how are you? How are you doing it? Doing what? Like, how are you managing? Danielle describes feeling like Cassie could almost see through her. It's like she felt that it's very likely a mutual friend had told Cassie that someone that they all knew in the industry had essayed Danielle. This was a decade earlier, the incident, but Danielle couldn't confirm that, so she just felt anxious. It felt like Cassie was asking her, how are you doing it, staying in the industry, going through all of this? So Danielle collected herself and tried to play it off like, girl, what? I'm fine. What are you talking about? It was this moment where both of them, she said both of them wanted to say something, but neither of them could find the words.
Ugh.
Eventually,
Dude, the
Cassie
IV drip
rose up gracefully,
is it a
waved
live
goodbye,
stream
and walked
video?
off. Another close to the couple friend by proximity, Dawn Richards. She's a former
Freud
Danny Kane member.
is cackling
She has her own
in his
lawsuit, which
grave
we're gonna cover in
once
episode
again.
3. But she has her own lawsuit against Diddy, and she stated that the first time she saw the two of them, Diddy and Cassie, she just felt uncomfortable. Diddy would get into Cassie's
should be over
personal
here.
space. He would fixate on her with this very intense, unyielding stare. It was like he was constantly trying to isolate her while there's other people in the room. Another friend of Cassie's would later detail how she was once in the car with Cassie. Diddy's calling on speakerphone, just screaming at her. She alleges he was like, what are you doing? Cassie kept hanging up because he was screaming, and then he would call again, she'd pick up, and he would scream, you don't hang up on me. I mean, this does not seem like a normal relationship. In the new lawsuit filed by Cassie against Diddy in November of 2023, she states publicly that after her on and off relationship with Diddy from 2007 to 2018, she's finally ready to come clean. She says, quote, after years of silence and darkness, I'm finally ready to tell my story and to speak up on behalf of myself and for the benefit of other
The implications
women
are
who
so
face
bad.
violence and abuse in their relationships. With the expiration of the New York Adult Survivor Act fast approaching, it became clear this was an opportunity to speak up about the trauma that I had experienced and that I will be recovering from for the rest of my life. I am ready to tell my story and to speak up.
I forgot to color
She
this.
goes on to detail in depth about her experience with Diddy. She states that even the start of their relationship was not something she consented to. The lawsuit alleges that after Cassie's 21st birthday party, Diddy pulls her into the bathroom and forcibly starts making out with her. Cassie did not consent. She said she immediately ran out of the bathroom and started crying. She told her best friend what happened, but she doesn't know what to do because she's basically stuck in this 10-album contract with Bad Boy Records. This is the founder and owner of Bad Boy Records that just forcibly kissed her. He knows she has a boyfriend. He's so influential in the industry. It's not like she can break the contract and go somewhere else. She's just started. She had like one hit song. That's
Bruh.
it. It appears that she hoped that running out of the bathroom is a signal enough. It's a no without telling him don't ever do that again and pissing him off and maybe making him angry. But no, Diddy allegedly keeps demanding she come spend time with him, quote, for work. On one of those occasions, he hands her this pill and told her to take it. He wouldn't tell her what it was, but she was so scared she just swallowed it. Later, she said she realized it was
Bro,
ecstasy,
you have to
something
force
she had
it down
never
my
tried
throat,
before
like
and never wanted to do.
absolutely
and it just
not.
gets worse from there. There were always drugs being pushed onto Cassie. The lawsuit states, as she wanted Mr. Combs to continue to support her career, she felt she could not refuse Mr. Combs' urging for her to take more drugs. Diddy would often have pills and other drugs out in the open, like, quote, candy. Within 2 years of meeting Mr. Combs, Ms. Ventura found herself lured into this immediate circle of her boss, the owner of her record label, and one of the most powerful men in the entertainment industry. Mr. Combs' aggressive and demanding approach to those he worked with made it impossible for anyone to challenge him, and Ms. Ventura soon learned that Mr. Combs insisted on blind loyalty from everyone in his inner circle. He also rented out apartments in New York City and Los Angeles for her. They were both in walking distance to his residences in both cities. He paid for everything in her life, her houses, her cars, which, yes, sounds great, but that's a really high level of control he now has over a 21-year-old. And it's not even just the purchasing of things. There was one instance, due to his alleged abuse, Cassie had to get an MRI. You would think that she's safe at the doctor's, but even the doctors send the MRI results directly to Diddy and not to her. The lawsuit alleges throughout their relationship, Mr. Combs was prone to uncontrollable rage and frequently beat Miss Ventura savagely. These beatings were witnessed by Mr. Combs' staff and employees of Bad Boy Entertainment and Mr. Combs' related businesses, but no one dared to speak up against their frightening and ferocious
It's like the
boss.
bystander effect on crack.
It is stated that Diddy's head of security and his own assistant, when they saw the extent of some of Cassie's injuries, in one instance it was 2 black eyes, a burst and bruised lip, and a huge welt on her forehead, they cried. They started crying.
Like,
But it
okay,
seems
so
like they
then
didn't
help
do
her.
much to stop it. One former employee says, Diddy doesn't believe in being told no, and if you get caught up in the wrath of that, it can be very dangerous. The lawsuit states that the injuries on Cassie were allegedly so bad that Diddy would come to his senses, realizes, oh yeah, these are brutal, literal crimes, felonies that I've committed. And he would hide his girlfriend Cassie in his house or hotels to make sure she's not seen or photographed
Right, this
with
is the
all the
wrong
injuries that he
table.
inflicted on her. While he's holding her hostage in a sense, he would bombard her with gifts, words of affirmation, trying to get her
Right?
back,
Like,
which
just
he would
anonymously
assist
report it,
buy
like,
a bunch of luxury gifts, have them
anything.
delivered to the hotel room where she's being allegedly held hostage, and if that doesn't work, he would just remind her of how powerful he is. Once, she alleges an assistant tracked her down and told her point blank, hey, if you don't answer his calls, your single is never gonna be released. Like, your songs, they're never gonna, nothing will happen. Or they would just say ominous things like, it's in your best interest to call Mr. Combs back. Cassie alleges he would do this thing where he made her carry his gun in her purse. She's not familiar with guns and she was terrified that it would go off in her purse, but he gave her zero reason on why he even wanted her to put it in her purse. I mean, it seems like he just did it to instill fear in Cassie, to show her how terrifying he is. Some other instances of alleged violence include, once after a party with Jay-Z on the way back home, Diddy beat Cassie in an Escalade by kicking and hitting her. He told the driver to stop the car, made her get out on the street of New York City, and just left. At another party,
It's just
Diddy
weird how
saw
the
her speaking with a
paparazzi
man,
never
and
caught
it's
on.
likely about work stuff, but he did not care. He asked her to step into the bedroom.
how
It's a
insane
hotel
they
after
are.
party. So it's one of those large suites with bedrooms, like a apartment. He steps into the bedroom and he just starts beating her while there's a whole party happening outside. She said that she ran from corner to corner of the room to try and avoid him, and eventually she found herself curled up behind the toilet while he was stomping on her.
Bruh.
Nobody could hear her scream because of the loud music. In another instance, it wasn't Cassie that he harmed. Once, Cassie was at home with a friend of hers named Carrie. Diddy comes in unannounced, which Carrie did not appreciate, it seems. Likely she knew that Diddy was doing all these things to Cassie, and the two of them, Diddy and Carrie, they get into an altercation where Diddy
I
throws
just feel
a
like at
hanger
some
Carrie.
point he would have
The two
crossed the
settled
wrong
it. Diddy
person.
and
I don't
Cassie ended up paying her for
understand.
the dispute, and ever since then, Cassie's friendship with Carrie just strained, which is just the way that Diddy isolates her from everyone. Also, this isn't the first time. Allegedly, he did this with another friend of Cassie's by forcing Cassie to listen to what he wanted. He was like, if you're not going to do what I want, fine. He picks up her friend, allegedly, and dangles her off the 17th floor balcony.
What? This is in the lawsuit?
Yes.
Like, the way I'd immediately go to the
Dangled a
cops if that
human
happened.
Outside the balcony?
Yes. I'm sure he was like cradling her more.
What?
Another time, they were at a party in LA. Cassie thought Diddy would be proud and excited that she was networking. She spoke with this music manager in hopes of growing her career. But when Diddy finds out, he's not happy, he's enraged. He drags her out of the party into the car. He's beating her, pushing her into a corner of the vehicle, quite literally, allegedly, stomping on her face. Cassie's lawsuit states Roger Bonds, one of Diddy's security staff, tried to stop the beating, which he does corroborate in an interview. But he is unable to de-escalate the situation. When they get to Diddy's house, Cassie tries to make a run for it, but he chases after her and kicks her in the face again. She's bleeding profusely at this point. She gets ushered into his house, where she starts throwing up from the violent assault. Once they got in the house, Diddy, he starts realizing, wait, the extent of her injuries, she's got to go to a hotel to heal. She's not allowed to leave this hotel for an entire week while healing. It's in this hotel room that Cassie stated she starts fully realizing, quote, that Mr. Combs' tremendously loyal network not only knew about and witnessed his assaults, but also
I would just flee the country.
Meaningful to stop Mr. Combs' behavior.
I'm just moving to a different country, changing my name. If
you ain't got just say.
If he's truly that powerful, I'm just moving to
powerless, and reporting him to the
Russia.
authorities would
I don't
not
know.
alter his status or influence. It would just merely give him another excuse to hurt her. She said, from that point forward, she was terrified, isolated, and unable to see a pathway
moving
out
somewhere
of
that
Mr.
just
Combs'
doesn't
abusive
even
hold on her life. She found herself numb to the abuse that she was experiencing.
converse with people
she began
here.
to blindly follow his instructions out of fear of
Tanzania.
again being on the receiving end of a vicious beating. Tiffany Red is a Grammy-winning songwriter and musician herself. She helped produce Replay by Zendaya, Boss for NCTU, and Songs for Cassie. In fact, Tiffany Red remembers it was all very odd. I mean, she had written this song for Cassie called Loyal. The two of them had been working on it together, and the first verse reads, I don't know what is real, I just know how I feel, and you keep acting like you don't know what you did wrong, trying to get me to chill. Since we ain't been together, I've been on some whatever. Tiffany could tell that Diddy did not like Cassie singing those lyrics, or at least that's the initial vibe that she got, and she thought it was weird.
Did she write that, or Cassie wrote that?
Both of them together. Now, they've been in a stable relationship for like a decade. I mean, yes, they're on and off, but still, it's just a song. It's not that serious. But it does indeed get serious. Tiffany actually penned an open letter to Diddy when all of this starts unraveling.
You can't tip, but you're not a ghost. That is so weird.
And yeah, she has seen the abuse. She says to Diddy, I first met you in person in August of 2015 at a surprise party you threw for Cassie's 29th birthday at a hotel in Los Angeles. I was at her old apartment before the party with friends, rushed by calls from your team about her ETA. We were in a frenzy to get her ready without spoiling the surprise. We all piled into a black car service from her place to the party. We arrived at the area reserved for her party at the hotel, and you popped out singing Happy Birthday. There were so many friends, a few famous faces, and cameras recording as we sang. She was definitely surprised. Up until that point, I'd only spoken to you once before on FaceTime with Cassie about songs we were working on together. You approached me that day, and you introduced yourself saying, so you're the one writing all those songs about me. I said yes, and you stared back and said, that means she's talking to you, huh? I was uncomfortable because it seemed like you were talking about the more turbulent parts of your relationship. Tiffany also claims that one of Diddy's security guards came up to her
the way he
once
just tells
and
on
said something
himself
along
is
the lines
so...
of, I heard a lot about you, Tiffany. She said, you both creeped me out, and this interaction was super intimidating. It felt like you both wanted me to know that you knew who I was, and you didn't like how close I was to her.
Wait. What was the lyrics again? Like, what exactly was said that got Diddy so offended?
That she doesn't think he's being loyal.
That got Diddy this emotional?
Girl, you're not loyal.
Later that evening, during the surprise birthday party, it started in the afternoon, so around nighttime, they all decided to go to a karaoke spot called the Blind Dragon. But only a few of the girlies were wanting to go. Tiffany Red writes, but you weren't happy that she was leaving. I remember your people hovering around us, trying to discourage Cassie from leaving, but we went anyway. You followed us and arrived just a little bit later after we did. It was instantly uncomfortable. You pulled Cassie out of the private karaoke room. She put her head down and went with you. I followed outside to see if she was okay because something was off. When I walked out of the room, you had her backed into the corner of the hallway outside of the door, and your security surrounded you two as you cursed her out with your hands in her face. These are all Tiffany Red's allegations, by the way. She and I briefly
W.
made eye
Tiffany
contact.
Red being
I
one of the
felt
few people who
helpless.
actually
She
stood
looked
up.
afraid, and I kept looking
Thank
down at the floor. I didn't know what to
you.
do. I was scared.
All right, I have to leave the room.
Tiffany explains that in her allegations that the party was over at that point because Diddy
Save?
wanted Cassie on her 29th birthday to come with him, leave her friends, and do what he wants to do on her birthday, which is already alarming, but that's nothing compared to what actually happens, or at least according to multiple different accounts, but still alleged since there's no recording of this incident. Tiffany said Cassie pulled her girls aside and asked them, can you guys just go back to my place and stay the night? I'll be back later. I mean, I have to go back to the house right now to gather my stuff. Go with Diddy and I'll be back. And we can have like a little birthday sleepover. Clearly something about the whole situation, the way that Diddy was asking and the way that Cassie was asking them, Tiffany says, I said yes because I was worried that Diddy would hurt her. Prior to this incident, Cassie confirmed in me that you were a physically abusive person, and the way you were in her face that night was so alarming to me. I didn't want to leave her alone. When we got back to her house, she kept saying to us she didn't want to go with you, but you were already on your way to pick her up. One of her friends was packing an overnight bag for her. I'll never forget it. It was the biggest Birkin bag I've ever seen. It was blue. I kept asking why they're packing Cassie's stuff if clearly she didn't want to go with Diddy, and this person said, she always goes. Diddy arrived at the door, and you whisked her away. Cassie looked uneasy. I didn't know where you were taking her. Once you left, the person who packed the bag said, they'll be back. Watch.
I know there's so many people that need to go down for this.
Before. Tiffany was worried, but there's not really much that she could have done in that moment considering everything. She says that she fell asleep in Cassie's room and, quote, a few hours later, I was woken up by you screaming.
Alright, I'm gonna run and be right back. I'm not pausing it because I'm not gonna take that long. I'll be right back.
That's what Tiffany claims. It's like 3
And I
or
will be
4 in the
high when
morning.
I return.
Tiffany walks out of the bedroom where she had fallen asleep, and she's face to face with Diddy, who allegedly says, emotional singing bitch, there you are. Tiffany said she didn't even know that he was talking about her, but now she's like, what? She feels terrified, humiliated, confused, but ultimately freaking scared. And he starts allegedly screaming, tell your girl she needs some birthday dick. I flew all the way from Miami and she's gonna get this birthday dick. Tiffany is terrified. He seems furious and she tries to respond. She doesn't have to have sex with you if she doesn't want to. But allegedly, Diddy keeps screaming around Cassie's house, she gonna get this dick. Which I guess at that point, what Diddy wants, Diddy gets because of how abusive and violent he allegedly is. The two, Diddy and Cassie, end up driving off again in a golf cart since he lives down the street. Tiffany said she watched from the balcony that it was terrifying. She alleges Diddy was driving the golf cart speeding, and she says, I thought you were going to get pulled over and go to jail or crash from being so high. It was like a real-life scary movie. I was terrified for Cassie, and she later told me that you made her have a freak-off that night.
Oh, you want to see the petticoat?
Freak-offs, according to Cassie's
It's the one that I
lawsuit,
cut up.
within, they started happening within a few months of dating.
I forget
Diddy
what it was
kept
for. I
telling
think it was
Cassie
last
that
Halloween.
he wanted to engage in this fantasy with her called voyeurism.
But it's just a black
He
tutu.
explained it's a fantasy of watching others engage in intimate
That's not
activity.
voyeurism.
He allegedly
You're
said
a cuck.
it would, quote, turn him on if he saw Miss Ventura with
That's
another
not what
guy.
voyeurism is,
The
girl.
first time it happens,
Like, the
Diddy hires
reframing
him,
of being a
brings him to
cuck
his
is
LA mansion.
crazy.
He forces
Like, no,
that
girl,
man
you are a
and Cassie
cuck.
and himself
It was for
to
the
wear
stalker one, I
masquerade
think.
masks, take drugs. The whole time he's sitting there and
These
allegedly
are only
instructing
some of the
Cassie on
freak
what to
offs,
do to
though.
this man while he's watching and self-pleasuring. This encounter, according to the lawsuit, lasted multiple days.
Yeah, I
Since
just
he
like
was
chopped it up with some
drugging
scissors
everyone.
and
Allegedly
way
keeping
better.
everyone on drugs so that they can keep going. He starts referring to these events as freak-offs, or an FO, if you will. After the first time, randomly Diddy would call Cassie and tell him he wanted an FO. Eventually, he would even make her coordinate them, picking the location, usually hotels, hiring the male sex workers. He forced her, allegedly, to go online and find these men to have these encounters with, and specifically told her to search for, quote, large black penis.
probably
He
because
would even
his
fly
is
these
small.
men around the U.S. to meet up with Cassie and Diddy so that he could watch them having
That's my
intimate
guess.
relations with his girlfriend against her will. While Cassie is doing that, Diddy is picking out lingerie that he wants her to wear. He's making sure that her nails are painted white. He allegedly liked to have her white
Girl, the
nails,
fact that his
quote,
mom wears white nail
in
polish.
paraphrase terms, contrast to the skin of the black men that he was hiring to have sex with her. Diddy's assistants would be sent to the hotel to set up the
no,
FOs, which,
I
by the way,
hate
there's a
it.
Conan O'Brien segment, Conan O'Brien was like, I heard this rumor that you don't actually ever check into a hotel by yourself. Like, you are not a normal person. You don't check in and like, oh, where's my room? You send people to check in for you and get the room ready. And he says, yeah, like, they gotta make it sexy before I arrive. So he would have his assistants send to the hotel to set up for the FO, set up with baby oil, Astroglide, all these things.
See,
there are also
Astroglide
allegedly a
is
ton
the
of drugs
lube.
present: ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, alcohol. Honestly, it's the only thing that let Cassie disassociate from these encounters.
Okay, I
There's
need
so much
chairs.
coordination happening for just one of these encounters. It's really hard to say how many people on Diddy's team were involved in these arrangements. Another odd part of the routine is, after the freak-offs, they would get IV fluids to recover from all the heavy drug usage. These freak-offs became more and more frequent, sometimes happening once a week. Clearly, Cassie hated
See,
it,
that's what I
but he
mean.
kept
Like, these
telling
are
her it was
some
their
of
thing,
the
their
freak-offs.
secret.
There's
And
actually
watch,
two
he
different
would
types.
instruct her to talk to these
So there's
workers
these
and would
freak-offs
specifically instruct where to touch
where
them.
he
would say
have,
things
like,
quote,
whoever
"Grab
he's
that
dating
big
at the
black
time,
dick. How does it feel?"
fuck other people against their will, and he'll be a cuck while
But
it's
sometimes he
happening.
would just beat her during freak-offs.
And then
in
there's
front
the
of
other ones that are like the big
Side note,
sex
he would pay the men a
parties.
few $1,000s
So there's
in
two
cash
different
for their
types.
services, and probably to make Cassie feel more disgusting,
For
it seems,
context.
he would present her with gifts during the freak-offs. The lawsuit states at one point she had so many designer bracelets from the freak-offs, and immediately following his brutal beatings, he would gift her bracelets, designer bracelets, that she felt that she was shackled by his presence. The lawsuit alleges during the freak-offs, in addition to directing Miss Ventura and masturbating, Mr. Combs would use his phone, laptop, and tablet to film Miss Ventura having sex with the hired workers. He treated the forced encounter as like a personal art project, adjusting the candles he used for lighting to frame the videos he took. Sometimes he would use
The guilt
Cassie's
gifts. It's like
phone
such-
to take those videos and pictures, and she would immediately delete
Such
them after, because why would she
typical
want that
abuser
on her
behavior,
phone? But he would
honestly.
just
Like,
mock
it's
her.
almost
Oh, you know
textbook.
I can recover that. Like, that's crazy. Which is kind of a hard to believe statement of, no, that's crazy. You're crazy. How can you recover it? It's my phone. I deleted it, and I deleted it from my recently deleted. What do you mean? Well, not too long after that, they're on his plane heading to another city, and he forces her to sit next to him and plays her a video that she believes she had deleted from her phone. So maybe he sent it to his phone before it was I don't know.
That is crazy.
But he had it playing on the plane and forced her to watch the entire thing. She started developing this intense fear and anxiety for these freak-offs, and she would become physically ill every time he demanded one. She would just start throwing up when he told her he wanted a freak-off, and he would see this,
Yeah, I wonder why.
convince her that she needed to do this, and would shame her for saying no. And if that didn't work, he would beat her. There was one time where Cassie said she was ready to leave, she's trying to move on, and briefly entered into a romantic relationship with Kid Cudi, but Diddy kept calling her for more freak-offs, and out of fear she went. And during that freak-off, I don't know if he stole her phone or forced her.
My thing is, what fear would make you go? Because it's just gonna get worse. Like, that's just gonna make it worse.
He puts a corkscrew, a wine corkscrew, in between his fingers and starts lunging at Cassie, allegedly, according to the lawsuit. She was terrified. She ran
love
out
how
of
she
there.
keeps
and briefly
allegedly,
went to
according to
save
the
Kid
lawsuit.
Cudi. He's calling her, threatening her. I'm gonna blow up his car. She leaves his house, goes to her parents' house because she's scared, and sure enough, his car explodes in his driveway.
So unhinged.
Since then, others have come forward with their alleged freak-off experiences, including one of Diddy's alleged drug dealers. So the word freak-offs, these parties, they've kind of merged into different variations. Cassie's freak-offs that she lists in her lawsuit seem like more intimate encounters where she's forced to engage in activities with
For me, it's just like, this is so much
different
work. How is it
people
even fucking
in front of
enjoyable?
Diddy,
Like, oh my
right?
god, I would be
But,
so
Some
exhausted.
people have stated he would just have like these freaky parties, allegedly. Again, this could
Yeah,
be
see
someone
what
that's
she
never
just
met
said.
Diddy a day in his life until things are proven in the court of law. Take everything with a grain of salt. But this alleged drug dealer states that he once went to Diddy's mansion in the Hamptons to drop off a shipment of supplies, if you will. Diddy opens the door in nothing but a robe, brings him to a back bedroom to make the deal, and that's when he sees, quote, weird shit. Weird shit was starting to happen.
Weird
Celebrity
shit.
guys fucking each other. They were in the back bedrooms, and it was like the inner sanctum. He states there were a lot of people at that party, female rappers, workers. They were already high on what seemed to be ketamine and GHB, basically roofies.
Dude, why ketamine?
To which the drug dealer alleges you could see two
I
people
don't
you would not
understand
think
ketamine, bro.
would be hooking up. Rappers, that's what shocked me. I won't say names, but there were rappers that I immediately lost respect for and could never take seriously again. Which, like, What is that supposed to mean?
It's
But he
because they're
continues-
gay.
That's when I got the
That's
fuck out
why
of
he
there.
can't respect them,
This
because
is a
they're rappers who are
statement
gay.
without any name.
There's a shit ton of
Yes.
secretly gay
Yeah, this
rappers.
could
There's a
be
whole
total
Boondocks
lie,
episode
complete
about
and utter lie, but he's
this.
claiming he was Diddy's drug dealer and he saw these freak offs. So that's why I'm telling you, the word freak offs, these parties are kind of merging, and then some people believe that all of Diddy's parties are freak offs, that everyone that went to the white party should be burned at the stake, but then some people are saying no, it's the after parties, like what this drug dealer is describing, that's the problem. And then some people are saying no, it's the encounters that he's forcing these people into, like Cassie, that are the freak offs. So it's
Or
unclear.
all of them
It could be
are.
all of the above, we don't know
That one.
until the trial, I guess.
It's all of them.
It's hard to say which is more off the hook. A Diddy party or a Diddy after party. Or a Diddy after party, which is basically a pre-party for the next Diddy party.
There are a lot of allegations and
Interesting.
lawsuits
Care to
that
tell us
women
more?
had attended his white parties and then they were essayed at those parties. But I don't know if those are freak offs. So it's like terminology, I guess, at that point. And those lawsuits we will get into part 2. Now, he does note that he never saw Diddy himself partake in any activity. But there seems to
will
be a
also go
slightly different
here.
variation of freak offs, like I said, from what Cassie is alleging. So in this episode, we're just going through Cassie's version of freak offs and how they would be conducted. Tiffany Red also states that the only time that Cassie's music ever advanced, Diddy was ever willing to talk to Cassie about her business and her music, was if she participated in freak offs. In fact, he would force her to listen to her demos and her songs during the freak off.
So fucked.
Allegedly. He would play the songs that they're working on during the alleged freak offs. Tiffany Red claims all these years, all those songs that we worked on, I mean, to find out all those years, I spent all this time writing these songs for him to, my friend to them. Tiffany Red said, I mean, even his speech at the BET Awards,
Again,
right?
W.
Cassie
Tiffany.
had moved on finally for the past 4 years.
Yeah,
I don't need
also
that one.
Cassie for holding me down in the dark times. Love.
He's so annoying.
It's like harassment, she says. You're still fucking with her. Leave her alone. Leave her alone. Another source says he tries to paint a picture of being this heartbroken man after Cassie left, but he's just a liar and an abuser. It feels like a threat, just like what happened when she did leave him. Cassie states in her lawsuit that in September 2018, she finally decides to leave Diddy. The two of them meet up at an Italian restaurant in Malibu where she confirms, yes, I'm serious,
there
I'm
we go.
done. Like, you can have all your stuff back, I'm over it.
I feel like I wouldn't even be
The dinner
telling
went
her.
okay.
I would
After
just
dinner,
disappear.
He drops her off at her place, but instead of
Like, this
letting
is
her
when
leave, he
ghosting
allegedly
is super
forces
valid.
himself into the apartment, tries to kiss her. She obviously tells him no because she's done, but instead of leaving, he allegedly forcibly takes off her clothes.
I recommend
unbuckles
ghosting
his
in this
belt, and proceeds
situation.
to essay Cassie while she claims she repeatedly told him no and is trying to push him away. Soon after, Cassie leaves the apartment that he was paying for, leaves everything, like the car that he paid for, and manages to get out of her Bad Boy Records contract. And coincidentally, a few months after she moved away, she gets doxxed. Her new address gets posted online, which leads to her
wonder how
feeling
that happened.
paranoid and terrified, rightfully so. But there is a question of, if this all happened in 2018, why is she just now, in the end of 2023, filing the lawsuit? The two, Cassie and Diddy, broke up in 2018 after a decade of dating, like I said. Cassie moves on, remarries her personal trainer, Alex Fine, in 2019,
So
and it appears
cute.
that he really helped her recover from not just the physical, emotional,
They're,
mental
like,
trauma, but
happy
just
and
everything.
cute together.
She was also had an
Thank
unhealthy
God.
relationship with drugs and alcohol because of how Diddy would push them onto her, allegedly. She said it was
Allegedly.
established and fueled by Mr. Combs. They would briefly help ease the pain. Even afterwards, she would have these horrific nightmares of the freak off. She had difficulty sleeping and eating. She starts having thoughts of self-exiting. It's not until she ends up having 2 daughters that she feels like she, quote, was safe from the trauma that had consumed over a decade of her life. Cassie went to rehab to deal with the repercussions of her time with Diddy, and she said that being a mom gave her a renewed purpose. And in 2023, Cassie sues him thanks to the New York Adult Survivors Act, which essentially created this look-back window. Adult survivors could file civil lawsuits against their abusers, so not criminal lawsuits, like civil lawsuits, regardless of when the abuse occurred, and if the statute of limitations for the civil lawsuits was over.
Is this a new law in New York or?
It was a 1-year window that
So
gave
dumb.
So it's because a lot of people need a lot of time to even come to terms with what
It's so dumb
happened.
it's only a
And we
1 year
would hope
window,
that
like it should have been
now
longer.
is a lot more accepting of an environment for survivors, even though we still have a long ways to
How
go.
is that only 1 year window?
That's what I'm saying, yeah. But it was a
Yeah.
1 year window for people
It's
to
dumb.
sue their abusers and seek that justice that they might finally be strong enough to look for. And in that 1 year window, over 3,000 lawsuits were filed under the act, including Cassie Ventura's, which Diddy is arguing is false, 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 false. It's a money grab. Diddy's
Alright,
team, in
making
essence,
progress,
their argument
chat.
boils down to Cassie is a cheater. She cheated on Diddy, and she willingly participated in those freak-offs, but now she's upset and wants to get more money out of Diddy, basically alleging her of orchestrating a shakedown to get this money. His attorney, Ben Braffman, says, for the past 6 months, Mr. Combe has been subjected to Ms. Ventura's persistent demand of $30 million under the threat of writing a damaging book about their relationship, which was unequivocally rejected as blatant blackmail. Despite withdrawing her initial threat, Ms. Ventura has now resorted to filing a lawsuit riddled with baseless and outrageous lies, aiming to tarnish Mr. Combs' reputation and seek a payday. To which Cassie's attorney responded, but you already offered her 8 figures to prevent her from filing this lawsuit, which we rejected.
Lol.
What? So Cassie said that he tried to pay her 8 figures and she's rejected that.
Her attorney stated. The public arguments are over after these statements because within a business day, 24 hours, Cassie and Diddy settle for an undisclosed amount. There's a number circulating that she
I
settled
hope she
for
got a
$30
lot.
million, but that seems to be taken from a statement Diddy's attorney made where Cassie allegedly demanded $30 million or else she would write a book. She could have settled for $30 million. Honestly, I hope a lot more
Hope it's
because
way
he's worth
more.
$1 billion.
Wait, so she filed this lawsuit, a day later she withdrew it?
No,
Or
they settled.
They settled, right. But so we're still able to access the lawsuit.
Yes. So I would say him settling is not an admission of guilt.
Yeah.
However, it's very beneficial for him to settle. It's not beneficial for her to settle unless she doesn't want this in the news for her family. She doesn't want to keep going down this fight because it's a long fight. But for him, it's very beneficial because once you go into discovery,
Okay, is that?
Yeah.
I think
more
that's
things
fine.
are going to come
That's
out
not
into the
gonna.
open. Evidence has to be
block
brought
it.
up.
Yeah. Will this be mentioned
Hopefully.
during next year's trial?
Yes,
Oh
because
my god, I just realized we have to
settled
fix
in
the
a civil
stairs.
lawsuit where likely they signed an airtight NDA where they cannot
Save?
mention
Okay.
each other or talk about each other or wage any other public accusations against each other. However, in a criminal lawsuit, she can be called to testify. That does not bar her from testifying or working with federal investigators. Yeah, so it's good. Now, she could have settled for $30 million. I hope a lot more, but the exact amount has not been disclosed to the public. Cassie released a statement after the settlement stating, I have decided to resolve this matter amicably on terms that I have some level of control. And again, I think it's
that
just
makes
so much
sense.
trauma to go through. And of course, Diddy's attorneys are going to be slinging dirt at everybody. It's just rough. She says, I want to thank my family, fans, and lawyers for their unwavering support. Diddy releases his own statement. We have decided to resolve this matter amicably. I wish Cassie and her family all the best. Love. His attorney
Love.
also butts in.
I hate how he keeps
Just so
doing
we're clear,
that.
The decision to settle a lawsuit, especially in 2023,
So annoying.
is in no way of admission of wrongdoing. Mr. Combs' decision to settle the lawsuit does not in any way undermine his
Blah,
flat-out
blah,
denial
blah.
of the claims. He is happy they got to a mutual settlement and wishes Miss Ventura the best. Now,
Sure.
again, it's very interesting because netizens state, for Cassie, it's very understandable why she would settle. She got her truth out there. She's warning other women. And now she doesn't have to go through this whole process that's going to take so much of her life, take so much money. She's going to have so many problems to deal with. This could be the best way for her to heal. Now, for Diddy, people are saying, why would you settle if you're not guilty? Even though technically, legally,
Yeah.
it's just a little weird. It's just weird, buddy. Now, the lawsuit is filed November 16th,
very weird.
and they settled the day after. And for a while, everybody stays a bit quieter because it's unclear what any of that really means. I will say most people are thankfully on Cassie's side, but a good chunk, they just want to reserve their opinions for later. Until another lawsuit hits Diddy. Then another.
I'll come
In
back to
total,
that one.
11 lawsuits would hit Diddy back to back.
After
So good.
Cassie's lawsuit.
Yes. And then he will be hit with that federal raid on his houses, on both of his homes in March 2024 for an investigation into trafficking. Now the questions are open again. What the hell is going on? and none of Diddy's attorney's comments are even making sense. I will say a lot of the serious allegations do briefly get overshadowed by the baby oil memes, which Diddy's attorney doesn't really make it any better. Diddy's attorney has tried to argue about the copious, unfathomable, frankly bizarre amounts of baby oil in his possession. He's got a big house. Americans, as we know, buy in bulk. There's a Costco down the street. I mean, this is what consensual adults doing what consensual adults do. We can't get so puritanical in this country to think that somehow this is a bad thing.
I feel like
if it
that
was, there would be no more
that's
people.
not...
He says it wasn't 1,000 baby bottle oils, but it was a lot. And I'm not sure what the baby oil has to do with anything.
He has a big house. He buys in bulk. You know, I think they have Costco's in every place where he has a home.
Which Costco responded to this statement stating, "We do not sell baby oil in any of our U.S. locations. Keep our name out your mouth."
That's crazy.
Basically.
I love
Yeah,
They
Costco.
don't sell baby oils?
No, not in the U.S.
It's so funny.
Even Costco wants nothing to do with Diddy, to which people have responded, "I don't think anyone questioned where he was getting the baby oil. His lawyer is so unserious. Diddy is all lubed up and slipping through the bars in his cell. His lawyer is trying to get Diddy a Costco commercial at this point." Now, side note, the cost of baby oil, like we said, is probably like $10,000 for 1,000 bottles, but it's going to
So much
cost Diddy a
fucking
lot
baby
more.
oil.
Cassie alleges in her lawsuit that Diddy would instruct her to pour excessive amounts of oil all over herself. And once, in a 2013 incident at the Intercontinental Hotel in New York City, he was charged tens of thousands of dollars in damages by the hotel after an FO. It's unclear if it's a direct cause of the baby oil, but I'm sure baby oil is not easy to clean.
Probably is.
But perhaps it is, I don't know, because for months, nothing happens to Diddy. He gets sued in November 2023, his homes are raided March 2024, he will not get arrested until September 2024. For 5 months, he is free, and he is showing off that freedom. He posts videos of himself
He's so
standing
obnoxious.
by the ocean, staring down a tropical storm. His arms are outstretched to a pastor's voice saying, "Not hysterical, not frantic, not anxious, not fretful,
goofy.
but steady in the storm."
So goofy.
Please,
Like,
mother.
please.
He also goes whitewater rafting with his friends, and it seems like he's living the life, because at this point, his lawsuit is settled, the feds raided his house and have nothing. That means maybe they have nothing on him. He's free to go on his yachts, go on his plane, and he's always denied the allegations against him. If he really were that bad, he would have been arrested, right? And of course, naturally, people just want to hate on Cassie, believing that her lawsuit was a money grab. One netizen comments, "She had the option to leave. She participated in her own misery. If a man puts his hands on you, just go."
Well, I mean, she
Which
doesn't have
is
the option to
insane.
leave.
Another comment reads, "She knew about all the freak-offs and didn't say anything for over a decade." Someone else comments, "Some women are willing to endure abuse for money. If she could do it all over again and get the money, I believe she would still be with Puff. She left Ryan Leslie, a handsome musical genius, for Diddy. Such a gold digger move. Not sure why she gets so much sympathy. She outed him for money, not justice."
Wow.
Another comment reads, "Some women pretend to be into all that freaky
There
stuff
we
to
go.
keep a man. She was always receiving money, gifts, and a lifestyle most people will never live. She decided at the time it was a good idea, and then she grew up and realized how nasty the whole thing was and wanted out. I don't think Diddy made her do something she didn't want to do at the time. It was fun until it wasn't." Some
doesn't
allege that she might have put her
make
hands on
any
him first
sense.
because, quote, "some women like to do that. They like to put their hands on a man just to see what that man will do."
Huh?
Insinuating that Cassie was violent first. What on earth is going on right now? Thankfully,
Like,
this
okay,
is a
and
smaller
some
group of
men are
netizens.
rapist
But there's also a guy
murderers,
named
which is
Pouty,
kind of
and he's a rapper, but I think he's
the
just
actual
a
thing
certified
at
hater. He states this
play
about Cassie and the freak-offs. Either she was traumatized by what she went through, she was sick and she was hurt, or she loved every minute of it.
Either she was
Stupid.
traumatized, she was sick and hurt, or she loved
that
every
gonna-
minute of it.
Can it
What
pass?
kind of... A lot of comments point out, aside from
Hopefully
her
it can
getting a
pass
settlement,
there.
which, what's wrong with that? Okay, they comment, he never planned music for her. It's like he signed her just to date her. He had bad intentions from the get-go.
Yuck.
Because he mentioned that the world would love her music, but she barely got to create music and music videos. They also state that there's a lot of people backing Cassie's story. Cassie's alleged former makeup artist has since gone on to CNN to allege that she was privy to an incident in 2010 where Diddy beat Cassie in a hotel room. She remembers being so scared, she starts packing Cassie's things, gets her out of there, brings her to her home, but they were too scared to call the police. Roger Bonds, who claims to be a former bodyguard for Diddy, that he was also listed in the lawsuit, states that he believes Cassie 1,000%.
Tate
He
is
alleges
innocent
he himself has
of
seen
what?
Diddy put his hands on
Elaborate.
Cassie. He states, quote, "If Cassie was talking to
Please.
somebody else, he would lose his mind."
enlighten
confirmed
us
sometimes he would just leave
on
her
what your
places and not come
stance
back for
is.
her.
I'm
Like,
sure
remember
it's
she alleged he would just
very
leave her in New York City,
intelligent.
just stop on the side of the road after beating her and then push her out the car.
That's
In
it.
addition to that, he alleges everybody was afraid of Puff. A lot of people knew what was going on, but nobody said anything. Nobody said nothing. I'm glad she's speaking her truth. I hope she gets justice. But the most detailed corroborating evidence is actually from another lawsuit filed by Dawn Richards, former Danity Kane member who was managed by Diddy. It's a
Dude, I
group
used to
that Diddy
love
formed.
Danity Kane.
There were lots of allegations in her lawsuit that we're going to get to in part 3, but the ones
put
pertaining
this
to Cassie
over
said
here.
she saw Diddy beating, choking, punching, slapping, and throwing things at Cassie. She said one time she saw
That's
Cassie making
good.
eggs for him for breakfast. Diddy comes barreling down the stairs, pissed off, high on drugs, or at least he looked like he was high on drugs, according to Dawn's version of events. She claims he starts screaming, "I've been asking you for my shit. I can't stand you. You never do anything right." She claims he pushes Cassie against the wall, starts choking her before picking up the scalding hot pan of eggs and throwing it at her, causing her to fall into the ground into a fetal position.
Bruh.
Diddy isn't done though. He keeps cursing at Cassie and allegedly dragging her up the stairs. Another incident, she allegedly saw Diddy attack Cassie in a van, grabbing her by the neck, dragging her out of the van into the grass, choking her while yelling, "You're gonna get fucked up today." Dawn's lawsuit states, in another instance,
It's just
Mr.
so
Combs
crazy
punched
'cause
Miss Ventura
so
in the
many
face
people
in the
witnessed it. He
bathroom
was so
of a party in
brazen.
LA. Frequently, when
Like,
Miss
how did he
Ventura
not think this was
attempted to
eventually
voice
gonna
an
come out?
opinion or stand up to Mr. Combs, he would strike her or wrap his hands around her throat and choke her. She also alleges that they would be out to dinner with other high-profile celebrity guests. She names them in the lawsuit. She once saw Diddy hiss at Cassie at the dinner table and forcibly punch her in the stomach so hard she doubled over and started
Bruh.
crying.
Just
One
in
of the other
public.
women escorted Cassie out of the restaurant, and Diddy stayed to keep socializing. According to the lawsuit, whenever Dawn tried to step up and help or de-escalate, Diddy would threaten Dawn, saying, allegedly he would say, "This is normal. This was just a lover's argument. This is what love is. I'm giving you an opportunity. If you want to make it, shut your mouth. If you say anything, there will be consequences. Y'all just don't get in my relationship. Don't tell my bitch what she needs to be doing. Just make money and shut the f up. I end artists. I shelve careers. You could go missing. You just want to die today? You want to die
I feel like
today?
I would just start
make
recording it and then be like,
go missing. I end
"Hey,
people."
FBI, hi, hello." So,
he's blatant.
because he's fine with doing it on recording, and he doesn't give a fuck. That or I'd start live streaming.
And
Like I said, anything ever happens to me in chat, I'm going live. I'm live streaming it, so there's evidence.
Until Cassie came forward, and I don't know. What are your thoughts on it? I see people ripping them apart. I see other people arguing with them, saying, "You just don't get it. Like, it's not. People aren't believed anyway to begin with, and to go up against Diddy is just the amount of funds he has."
Well, that's why I feel like you record it, because he's not really that good at
In
hiding it.
2019, a former on and off girlfriend of Diddy's, Gina, goes onto a podcast with Tasha T, where she
Especially 'cause it's, like,
alleges just a lot of
so
things took place
widespread.
between her and Diddy.
Wait, when was this?
2019.
Oh, right after.
Yes, but this whole podcast basically gets ignored, kind of buried, honestly. This is 4 years before Cassie's lawsuit comes out. She says she met Diddy when she was 21, 22. She's been seeing Diddy for the past 6 years while he's been with Cassie. He's double her age at this point, but they start dating, and according to the timeline, Gina starts dating Diddy around the time that he's dating Cassie. She even alleges in the interview that Cassie did reach out to her a few times to tell her to leave Diddy alone, but she states that Cassie was always nice, never called her any names or anything. She even states in the interview that the last time she spoke with Cassie, Cassie reached out to her and she said, she called me at 4 a.m.
Girl,
Cassie did,
doubt.
and was like, "Hey, I just had a dream, and I just wanted to call you and tell you." I
How
don't
deep into the
hate you, and
conspiracy
I have
juice
bad
are you
blood,
if you
and I
have that
nothing towards
belief?
you, anything like that. Which, side note, a lot of people think that Cassie telling her to leave Diddy alone wasn't like, "Leave my man alone."
No, she was
but
warning
rather,
her.
Leave, get out, go.
She was
Like,
clearly
get
warning
help
her.
before it's too late. Gina meets him February of 2014, allegedly gets pregnant in October of 2014, in which she
What?
alleges that she confides in him and he just assumes, "Well, you're gonna get an abortion, right?" She states she tells him she's not sure exactly what she wants to do, and he offers her $50,000 to terminate, which, if true, I'm sure was incredibly insulting considering Gina states she did terminate, but she turned down the money. She said, I just loved him. I was just trying to prove to him that I'm not that girl that wanted the money. I just cared about him.
He's so unattractive to
She
me.
explains, and I just wanted him to be nice to me. It was like, I don't want your money. I just want you to be nice to me. She later alleges
Like,
on the podcast.
what are the redeeming qualities,
first few months,
quickly?
he was really nice, and then after he started being an asshole. Like, I would say the first 3.5 years he was mean to me. When you say mean, could you describe it? Tasha T is asking her. He was abusive. He was always belittling me. He was like mentally, emotionally, and physically abusing me.
Like, quickly, the redeeming
Tell me some of the
qualities.
things that he would say to you. He would always compare me to Cassie, tell me that I'm the bad one, she's the good one. And he was with both of you guys at the same time. Yeah, at one point I was like breaking out really bad with acne, and he would be like, he said this a few times. He would be like, baby, why don't you go see a doctor or something? I don't date women with bumps on their faces. He would call me names. He would call me a hoe every single day. I was naive and young when I met him, so I felt like he tried to take advantage of that and manipulate me. And
I mean, yeah, that's why he dates younger girls.
So obviously, you terminated baby one because you loved him. How long after dating did the physical abuse start? The first time it happened, which was not even that long into the relationship, we started dating beginning in February. It was probably beginning of May, because we were at Meek Mill's birthday party. It was like a mansion party, and we went. She explains that she's sitting down. On her right is Diddy, and on Diddy's right is Meek Mill. But she
Like,
says,
any
I was
one
covered
of these
with, like,
would
a
just
stand
be
or
enough
something.
for me,
like, probably says
personally.
happy birthday Meek or something like that. And the stand was covering me because there was a lot of cameras and stuff there. So it's like me, Puff, and Meek. So he's publicly dating Cassie. So this stand is kind of covering her.
They put a little stand to cover her.
It seems like
in
it.
front of her.
You have to drive
It's
a
an
rip.
insinuation. So she's sitting there. Diddy's
But
sitting
Legoland
next
is
to her,
fun.
and then Meek is sitting next to Diddy. And Puff had leaned forward to talk to someone, say hi or whatever. So I turned over to Meek to say happy birthday. He put out his hand. I reached over to take his hand and shake it. As I shook
Come
Meek's hand,
stain on the wall.
Puff turned around, saw it. He got so mad. We probably stayed 20 minutes after that happened. And when we got in the car, he like grabbed my hair and cussed me out for doing that. He was like, what the f*** are you shaking his hand for? I was just like, I'm saying happy birthday. So
Not
it was
allowed.
like a jealous rage. I think he thought I was trying to be sneaky behind his back. Because like I reached over when he leaned forward to talk to someone. So
He's
he thought I
so
was trying to be
insecure.
sneaky. And
Wow.
how, yeah.
The dude is like this level of fame and success and that insecure about everything.
Right,
Wow,
like
so
it's
pathetic.
so pathetic.
Yeah, exactly. And the interviewer is asking, and you were how old at this time? He's like double her age. She says I was 22 probably. So when we get to the hotel, it gets worse. He like took one of my heels and tried to throw it at me. He like mushed my face really hard, made my nose bleed. And every time, you know, we get into fights like that, which side note, if this allegation is true, that is not a fight. That's a one-sided
Right, that's
domestic
just
battery
abuse.
charge. That's not a fight. She says the only person that ever tried to help me was D-Rock, who is, I believe, a famous musician. Everyone else just allowed it to happen and just like looked the other way. So the rest of everyone, they would just watch. Well, not like watch, just like kind of walk away and just leave us alone and not really step in to stop
So
it.
crazy.
Now, what made you stay? Because obviously there's baby number 2.
Because I'm
Because she
way too
claims to
nosy.
change
I'm getting
pregnancies
involved
in New York.
immediately. Like, what do you mean?
Because I just thought that he was only being like that because he loved me. And she starts crying in this portion, and she says, I grew up watching my mom get beat by my dad. That's all I knew. So I just thought it was
This is
normal.
why, if you
I
have
just thought it
kids,
meant
you
he
have to
loved me.
leave abusive relationships.
Okay, let's talk about baby number 2.
It is your
When
duty
did
as a
baby 2
parent.
come? Last year, August 2018. So this is 6 years of them being together at this point. She says, mind you, it wasn't my fault that I got pregnant because I have like this period app and it tells me when I'm ovulating and stuff. So I told him that I'm ovulating, so don't do it. And he just did it anyways. And then I got pregnant and he was like, okay, then just get a termination. He didn't even hesitate.
Which is not casual,
She
by
says,
the way.
but by this time it was harder for me because I'd been with him for so long and I was like really in love. Part of me wanted to keep it, but he didn't, and I had only agreed to terminating because he told me
Gross
to. And
children.
he took me to Turks and Caicos a couple days later before the termination. So right before the termination, he takes her to Turks and Caicos. And during that time, he was just giving me like alcoholic drinks to drink, and I was like, I'm not that comfortable. And he was just like, you're gonna get an abortion anyway. He was kind of being distant towards me the whole trip anyway. She alleges that they come home from their trip on Sunday, and the plan was to get the termination on Monday. She says when they get back
Where
on
the
Sunday,
fuck are they? Oh my god, I cannot
quote,
see.
he had left me to go meet up with Cassie. So he just kind of like left me there for like half the day. And I was like, how are you going to
they're
leave
so
me
hard to see.
when you want me to do this thing tomorrow? He was obviously just making excuses on why he had to go. So because he left on Sunday, I was like, I'm not doing it tomorrow though. I'm not going to terminate tomorrow. I just need some time to think about it. So I told him that I just need time to think about it. And he was like, well, then you can't leave my house. Like, just being mean to me. He was like, I did this and this and this for you,
That's
and you told me you were going to do this, and now you're not doing it anymore. Like, you can't get out of my house. She states she got the termination, but, quote, not only that, I had to go home 2 days later because he had to go on a trip to Burning Man. So I had to go through that, and he went to Burning Man, and he just left me up, and he didn't even... And, you know, you don't get
traumatize them with divorce. Oh no, 2 Christmases.
Weren't even coming through. I was just at home by myself, just up in the head.
Like, I think we'll survive.
Care. Like, it was just me. If he had to do something that dramatic for me, I wouldn't just leave him and go on a trip.
This is on a public interview?
Yeah.
It's so much better to get divorced than it is to stay together for the sake of the kids.
About another time
That's
Diddy was abusive,
such a joke.
The other time was when he caught me texting another man. It was in Miami. It got really crazy at that time. We were upstairs. We were in his closet, and he pushed me, and I fell to the ground. He stood over me, so I was, like, laying on my back. He stood over me, and he started punching me on the sides of my head. Like, just on both sides, she describes. And I was just, like, covering my face. After he got done doing that, because he was, like, standing over me, he, like, stomped on my stomach really hard. It took the wind out of my breath.
Bruh.
I couldn't breathe, but he kept hitting me. I was, like, pleading with him, can you stop? Can you stop? I can't breathe. He stopped for a little bit, then he grabbed my hair from the back and was punching the back of my head. And he was just avoiding my face when he was hitting me. The next big fight we got into at that point,
That
I was
can
fighting
absolutely
back
kill
because
you, by the way.
I just had enough of his shit. And he kept pushing my buttons, and I was just trying to calm the situation down before it got worse. And he kept pushing me and pushing me. I left his bedroom and went to his guest house because he has like a separate guest house. Now, side note, again, if the allegations here are true, she states the guest house has a meditation room, which is just, people think it's ironic. He followed me there,
Definitely
and he continued
ironic.
talking shit to me, and I just got to the point where I was just so angry, and I took a bottle of De Leon tequila, smashed it on the ground, and he was like, you did that at my house with my kids here? I ran out of the meditation room. He chased after me, pushed me onto the ground outside, took my hair, and was dragging me across the grass with my hair. After that, a couple hours later, it was the weekend, so we had people coming over, and he just acted like nothing happened. He was dancing, laughing, talking to me like we didn't just get into a physical fight. It was always a push and pull with him. He wanted to pull me close to him and push me away at the same time, which confused me, and it just hurts. She also alleges that he was cheating quite a bit throughout all of this. He would just tell her that it's just her and Cassie, but she always found him texting other people. She claims that his nanny even texted him naked photos.
Ew.
Or at least that's what she claims she found. Unclear if the photos were coerced or not, but even so, very alarming considering the power dynamic, right? But I digress. She finds pictures of the nanny naked on his phone, according to her allegations, and she claims that he doesn't even feel guilty or ashamed. He just says, well, what do you expect? You're f***ing with a superstar. She also claims that he once hit her in front of her child. So she has a child from a previous relationship. Her daughter was 3 years old at the time. But she states he never abuses women in front of his children because he doesn't want them to see him like that.
Really?
Doubt.
That's the allegation. But it does seem kind of to track. In Cassie's lawsuit 4 years later, she alleges that
I feel like he's
once she
still
was, quote,
letting it slip in
healing
front
and
of the
being trapped in
kids,
Diddy's
because
LA
the kids
house
have
to heal
definitely
from her
picked up,
injuries
some of the
that
kids
he gave her,
have definitely
he
picked up on
FaceTimes her 'cause he's out of
these
town
behaviors.
and instructs her, quote, you gotta go up and put more makeup on. My son can't see you like that. Because I guess her bruising was shown. These are the allegations that Gina put forth on a podcast in 2019. Many netizens think that the whole story got buried by Diddy, and soon after the podcast, I think a lot of people didn't take it as seriously because she goes back to Diddy, which started some online drama between her and young Miami of City Girls, who was reportedly dating Diddy at the time. Gina would later write on social media, he's just a really good longtime friend of mine, nothing more, nothing less. Like, I just want him to be happy because, like, he did bless me in a lot of ways, and I'm always going to be forever grateful and respect him. Which, just to clarify, this is not to say that what she said was not the truth, which I'm not saying it is or not. These are her
Brainwashed.
allegations. I'm just stating that two things can be true at the
Yep,
same time.
Stockholm
She
syndrome
could
is
have
a
been
bitch.
physically, mentally, emotionally abused, and she could have still gone back to Diddy. Like, it's not, yeah. So all of these things, people are bringing it up because there's a small group of unhinged people being like, Cassie just wants money. But people are like, well, actually, the signs were there. Like, look at all these things. But it's not until CNN posts hotel surveillance footage that people realize Cassie was likely telling the truth the whole time about everything, and there's probably a lot more that we don't know. The footage
So
is
dumb
from
that people didn't
2016
believe her,
at
like,
an Intercontinental Hotel
oh
in
no,
LA.
a famous celebrity.
In the
Oh,
security
safe.
footage of the hotel hallway, you see Cassie quickly walking out of the hotel
Sorry, I'm
room.
too into
She's
that.
wearing this big oversized hoodie.
But like,
She's barefoot,
oh no, a
and she's
famous
holding a bunch of
celebrity
things
is a
in her arms,
fucking
and it's
abusive
clear that she's in a
asshole.
rush to leave. She quickly walks
That's
towards the
so
elevators,
hard to believe,
but
like,
seconds later, Diddy comes running
yeah, I
out of the room with
believe
nothing
it
but a towel around
easily.
his waist. He runs out down the hallway, grabs her by the back of her hood, throws her onto the ground, and starts kicking her. Cassie is just laying on the floor while he kicks her, and she's in a fetal position. Diddy grabs the back of her hood and starts dragging her back towards the hotel. He also grabs her bags that were dropped, and it appears that Cassie is crying out for help. Perhaps worried that someone would investigate, he lets Cassie go, but takes all of her belongings into the hotel room. She goes back to the elevator to try and get the elevator, but he comes back, shoves her down, and throws a vase at her from a nearby table, like a glass vase.
And then, did she leave or?
She does end up leaving, and it is exactly as she has it listed in her lawsuit. So the lawsuit comes out in November of 2023. The footage is released in 2024. So people are like, she literally details this assault exactly like the footage.
So how is the footage not came out in 2016?
He paid the hotel security worker $50,000 in cash, allegedly.
Boo a hotel security worker. Boo anyone who would ever take money and be
I think
paid
that
off like
he
that.
gave
Like,
Diddy a copy.
are you
I don't know
okay?
who else
What's
has
wrong with
copies.
you?
I imagine if someone like that is willing to take $50,000 to not release it or call the police, he
Like-
probably took a copy of his own. So who knows how many
I
copies
mean, the
there's really
hotel
out there.
has it still, right? He probably still had it.
Okay, the hotel was owned by a big hotel company, and they state that that hotel is no longer under their management, and they don't
Oh,
have
that's
any
convenient.
files from them. So they're saying we didn't leak this in 2024. So
This
it's
was leaked by somebody.
It's unclear how CNN got this footage, and this becomes a whole thing because Diddy's attorneys
Like-
are later going to allege that the government
Oh,
gave it to
yeah?
CNN.
Yeah, you're gonna
It's a
pay
whole
me that much
But it
money
is
to
exactly
not
as Cassie
not
has it
spill your
listed
secrets.
in her lawsuit.
Guess how much
She explains
TMZ
what
will
happens
probably pay
afterwards,
me.
even
Like,
though it's not captured on footage.
telling
or at least
everybody.
released footage.
I'm
Her attorney states
immediately
Cassie
giving
managed to get into the
giving the
elevator,
footage to
and
the
when she got the
FBI,
lobby, quickly
selling
took
it to
a cab her
TMZ.
apartment. Upon
Everyone will
realizing
know
that
by
running
morning.
away
What
would
are you
cause
talking
Mr.
about?
Combs to be even angrier with her, and completely stuck in this vicious
Like,
cycle of abuse, Miss Ventura returned to the
Girl,
hotel
I'm starting a
with the intention of
GoFundMe for the
apologizing
legal
running away from her
cost.
abuser.
I'll make
The
more off
lawsuit
of that
states,
just from
in
people
or
who
around
hate your
March
ass.
2016, during that FO at the Intercontinental Hotel Century City, LA, Mr. Combs became
Like, if you wanna make it about
extremely
money.
intoxicated and punched Miss Ventura in the face, giving her a
I think
black
it's
eye.
stupid.
After he fell asleep, she tried to leave the hotel room. As she
Could easily
exited,
make more
he
money
woke up
being
and
an
began
honest
screaming at
person.
her. He followed her into the hallway of the hotel while yelling at her. He grabbed at her and then took the glass vases in the hallway and threw them at her, causing glass to crash around them as she ran to escape in the elevator. So I feel like the lawsuit doesn't even really describe it, how bad it is. I'm not saying it's intentionally downplayed, but it almost downplays it compared to the footage.
Exactly.
So think about everything else that's downplayed.
Exactly.
So with the video being released, Cassie's attorney made a statement stating, "The gut-wrenching video has only further confirmed the disturbing and predatory behavior of Mr. Combs. Words cannot express the courage and fortitude that Miss Ventura has shown in coming forward to bring this to light." Once this footage is leaked, all these other clips start going viral. I think people are trying to see if they could have seen the clues. The Met Gala interview from 2015 has gone viral. And at the time, nobody really noticed, but Diddy and Cassie are being interviewed by Andre Talley, and she walks up to shake his hand. Diddy gives her the most insane death glare, and then very aggressively wraps his arm around her waist and pulls her in.
He's so annoying.
And her whole body seems to tense.
Can't wait to see 3 a.m.
He does not seem happy at all during the interview and even puts his hand on the interviewer's shoulder in a comforting way, but it feels slightly threatening in hindsight. One netizen comments, "He snatched her waist and I also saw the way he looked at her. This is pure control. If she stayed with him any longer, she might not be alive to tell anyone or file a civil lawsuit." The look he gave her for even shaking another man's hand, Diddy is gonna have plenty of more women coming out of the woodwork. He's a monster. Then in 2017, they're back at the Met Gala. They're interviewed by Andre again. And it appears that she's reaching her hand out to shake his hand, but pulls back
Illegal.
awkwardly while he
Don't do that.
appreciates her dress. She seems incredibly reserved this time. Like, she doesn't even want anyone to focus on her or her dress. And in comparison to the last Met Gala, where she approached Andre, shook his hand, this time she just waits in the back for Diddy to almost let her walk up.
Yeah, most NDAs, most contracts in general are not legally binding.
Is this your avant-garde moment?
It just creates a premise in which you can start a case in
The
court.
next Met Gala clip that goes viral is the next year, 2018. The year they break up. The theme is heavenly bodies, fashion, and the Catholic imagination. So Liza Koshy was asking each attendee the same question. Is there anything you'd like to confess tonight? Playing into the theme. But when she asks Cassie, a lot of netizens have pointed out, Diddy gives her a death glare once again. She stammers for
Oh no, Liza, get down!
her hands
Liza, get behind us!
and saying, I keep everything here, right here, or right here. And she points at herself and Diddy.
She said she keep everything right here between him and her and Diddy.
Yeah, or like her and prayers, God, I guess. But it's just the way that Diddy looks at her when they ask this question, and the way that she kind of, it seems that she appears nervous and stressed about the question.
Confess tonight before you go in. I keep everything right here. Or right here. There you go.
One comment reads, when she asks Cassie if there's anything she wants to confess, Diddy is giving Cassie the death stare and Cassie hesitates, as if she's afraid to respond with the wrong thing. It's sad to see that she was that scared. Others have pointed out that Diddy is standing there in all white with crosses on while she's going through the most demonic shit. Even after the breakup went public, Diddy posts on Instagram a screenshot of the Michael Jackson song, The Lady in My Life, and he captions it, if anyone sees Cassie this weekend, please tell her to listen to this song 100 times. Now, some people believe, there are theories that maybe this was a song played during freak-offs or something that's not actually meaningful. Notable lyrics include 2 hearts and a beat of ecstasy, come to me girl and I will keep you warm, stay with me, I want you to stay with me, I need you by my side, don't you go nowhere. Even after everything he did to her, he still has the audacity to publicly try to do this and talk to her. It feels like a threat. Another friend of Cassie's comes out to state that Diddy gave Cassie a black eye the night before her Perfect movie premiere in 2016, where she's the main female lead, which has everyone digging up those clips again. And in an interview at the premiere for that movie, an interviewer makes this kind of normal statement where she says, you and Terrence, your love, you know, your co-star, the male lead, the love interest in the movie, I mean, you guys were definitely believable.
No, we're friends at the end of the day. And that is very awkward when you're just friends with somebody and you're not in love, but
netizens have commented that you can see bruising on her face while she's answering these questions. It's unclear if it's the lighting or if there are bruises there, but others have also pointed out how she answered the question
he wouldn't
by
let
the
her
interviewer.
go out with
They think it's
obvious
just
bruises.
Now, side note, in another interview, Cassie talks about how Terrence, her co-star, was nervous for their slightly scene in the movie because, quote, he was super nervous because he knows Puff, and I think they had a conversation, and Puff was just like, make it believable. You know, it's awkward as hell when you're not in love with somebody and you have to do something like that.
Constantly restating
the
how much she
jokes that perhaps Terrence
isn't in love with him
on purpose so he could redo it all over again. And to which Cassie's co-star, another female guest that was on this podcast, she responds, don't get Terrence hurt now. And I think it was all a joke, but it's all people are bringing up in hindsight.
That's,
a lot of netizens have also pointed out that it's kind of strange that Cassie has to keep mentioning to the world that it's uncomfortable doing these scenes with someone you're not in love with. I mean, that's acting. It's nothing new. Yeah. Some believe it's a reference to the freak-offs that she did not want. Like, it's...
Could be. I think it's just her trying to placate Diddy.
Others believe it's her desperately trying to tame the very violent, very jealous Diddy because she's scared for her safety.
That one,
or maybe even Terrence's safety. And his car.
Both.
In another interview for the same movie, which was released a year or 2 before their final breakup, the interviewer asks her if she thinks it's okay to keep a relationship a secret.
I mean, it depends on where the relationship goes. If it's something that you didn't want to share and it's your secret, it's your secret. I do believe in karma if you're hurting people, but...
In another interview about the same movie, she's asked about how she feels about Diddy being at the premiere, watching her and Terrence because they have scenes. They say, your boyfriend's going to sit down next to you, and you and Terrence are... What does that feel like?
It's work. It feels, I mean, obviously there's a little bit of anxiety with that, but Terrence is a good friend of mine, and, you know, Puck has been so understanding with everything, so it's good.
But people have said it feels a little odd in hindsight. Not that the interviewer's question was odd, but just in hindsight of Diddy watching the freak-offs and the same thing with the movie.
He's
She's
just
asked about
so
her boyfriend Diddy as well.
understanding. Like, I would
what
hope
makes
so.
you guys
You're an
work?
actor.
She
Huh?
responds, I think that what makes any relationship work, if it's working, you know, just not talking about it too much, just keeping it close to your heart.
That feels like has a lot of dual meanings.
Yes. Because people are saying, if it's working, not talking too much.
There.
Others have just pointed to another interview to show how much power Diddy has in the industry. The interviewer says, I mean, look, there's no way around it. You're Diddy's girlfriend. He's a marquee name. He's one of the richest guys in our culture, hip-hop. Richest guy in the world, honestly, one of them. And I'm sure you being your own person, it's pretty hard to navigate a relationship with someone like Diddy.
Cracks in the
Cassie
floor.
does state it's hard because nobody associates her with music anymore, but more so just Diddy's girlfriend. But she still has that core group of fans that are just asking for more and more music, and it's difficult because, you know, she loves music and she's working on it. People have also taken apart a
I feel
video
bad for
Cassie
her.
uploaded.
She
a
never
music
gets to
video
do her
released
music.
1 year before their breakup. It's titled Cassie, a short film where she alludes to a toxic relationship, and she says he's like an aggravating high. Like the high you want to go away, but you never want to go away. It creeps up on you, has you do some crazy shit that you would never do, and then it leaves you in the middle of the night. In it, she has a line that says, I just want to be free. And in the end of the short film, she drives off from the toxic relationship by herself, and she's standing in the desert with her arms outstretched, to which people allude and think it's her spreading her wings. She does state in an interview that this short film was really important for her because she was involved in every creative aspect of it. Furthermore, because hindsight is 2020 and eye-opening, a lot of people have pointed to the fact that it's crazy how nobody knew what was going on behind closed doors, because after their final breakup, there was a whole TV segment on whether or not Cassie should go back to Diddy.
What?
People were commenting about how they break up every single year, and it seems like Cassie is just really looking for that ring. She wants to get married. They also state
TV
that
segment
Diddy is
on
posting
what?
on Instagram about how much he wants her back, and it's so
'Cause
romantic.
what the fuck?
Again, they clearly don't know what's going on behind closed doors, but a lot of people have pointed out just to say, we truly don't know the private lives of these celebrities. Even other celebrities don't know sometimes.
Duh.
But all these clips start getting brought back up and making its rounds online. Oh, along with a picture that has been circulating that's rumored to be Cassie wearing sunglasses, and she has a busted forehead, busted lip. This is while she's dating Diddy, but she said that Dubai was crazy.
That's
like
rough.
her trip to Dubai was crazy. And it was quickly deleted from her Instagram.
What does that mean?
That's sus.
I think she was insinuating she tripped and got hurt, or it was just so crazy she was drunk and she was having too much fun. But a lot of people think that it was the abuse. And this was her way of trying to maybe even test the waters and hope that people would be like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, is she being hit or something? Now, all these clips, they start being brought back up and making its rounds online, including the interrogation of Jonathan Odie, the man from the Trump Hotel who claims to have been for Diddy, because he was saying everything about the freak-offs before Cassie's lawsuit.
Who is this guy?
He is a f***er. It seems that a lot of netizens believe he has association with Diddy and
He
Cassie.
could have been one of the people.
He likely was a worker that engaged in the freak-offs. He likely was paid off. Some people think that maybe he tried to blackmail Diddy for money. Some people think that Diddy hired PIs to follow him. And it just kick-started this paranoia in probably an already slightly unwell mind.
Yeah.
And it spiraled into him creating all these crazy conspiracies to make sense of everything. And I'm sure the drug usage didn't help.
Yeah, definitely
Many
not.
netizens believe that he was telling the truth. They comment, 2018, this man is crazy. 2024, wow, he was telling the truth. Another comments, this is why I don't write people off as crazy immediately. This guy had no reason to lie, and his story from 6 years ago is consistent with what we're hearing today. Another reads, this is why I get mad when people ask victims, why did you wait until now to say something? People have been saying something for many years and they were called crazy, ignored, not believed, and nothing was done about it. That man has gotten away with destruction for years because of this. I believe every word Jonathan has said. Some just comment, what if those bottles of baby oil are laced with liquid cocaine? Others state, yeah, he might have been saying some unhinged things about like the government and stuff, but who knows if that's even true, right? Maybe. But some parts must be true, and perhaps he lost his mind because of the incidents involving Diddy. I don't think he's a nutbag. I think he went into a state of psychosis triggered by drugs, and he was paranoid because of Puff Daddy's handlers were following him, harassing him, and threatening him. Others don't believe a single thing Jonathan says. They say lies on top of lies on top of lies. Diddy does officially come out to respond to the hotel footage that was revealed by CNN. He states now in a since-deleted Instagram video, remember, this man goes from, these are baseless, outrageous lies, to,
It's so difficult to reflect on darkest times in your life.
Lol.
Sometimes you gotta do that.
Oh, yeah.
I was fucked
It's
up.
convenient.
I mean, I hit rock bottom. I make no excuses.
Okay.
My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. Disgusting.
It's just so crazy how there's so many victims, there's so many occasions of it happening so publicly, and no, like, third-party person or witness ever went. Because, like, obviously, it takes a while for the victims to speak up on it,
which
but, like,
who knows Diddy says
just a
about his comment about
random
being
person
hitting
who
rock
witnessed
bottom.
it in
Rock bottom
public,
must be his
maybe,
personality. I've never not seen
like,
this
he
person.
can't find every single person who
Netizens have
was
commented,
witnessing it. He
did
was
not
doing
hit
it fairly
rock bottom.
public,
He hit Cassie repeatedly until she was
like,
a
at
shell
clubs
woman.
and shit.
Other comments read,
No.
if he's this brazen and brutal in a hotel hallway, just imagine how evil he is behind closed
Right?
doors. I'm more scared of what hasn't been caught on camera.
Like,
When someone
it
says,
feels
why
like,
didn't you leave? Remember this video.
why
Cassie
did
was leaving.
no
Really, she was
bystanders,
trying.
like, start
The fact that the hotel
telling
security accepted a
the
$50,000
cops?
payoff to hand the footage over to the abuser instead of calling the police to attempt to help this woman is disturbing and disgraceful.
Because I don't
Others
believe that
point
you
out,
can pay off
weeks
every
ago,
single
he
cop.
said the accusers were liars, and now this video
Do you know
gets
how
dropped
many
and he
cops
takes
would
full
love
responsibility.
To, like,
Others just ominously write, you can
fucking
apologize
get
and
a
make an
giant
amends,
celebrity for
but the
trying to
crime you
bribe the
committed,
police,
you
like-
still have to pay for it. Additionally, in a since taken down Instagram post, Misa Hilton, one of the mothers of Diddy's children, she's the mother of 30-year-old Justin Combs. She's actually known Diddy since she was a teenager. Yeah, she addresses the footage. She says, I am heartbroken that Cassie must relive the horror of her abuse, and my heart goes out to her. I know exactly how she feels, and through my empathy, it has triggered my own trauma. He needs help, and I am praying that he truly does the personal work and receives it. Some netizens thought the statement was interesting. It seems like she's being careful with her words to not land herself in legal trouble, but netizens have also pointed
why
out the
would she
fact
not
that
be?
she said she's reliving her own trauma. Is that trauma that she had with other people or with Diddy? He needs to work on himself. Some interpret it as he needs to learn and grow from this, which could be interpreted as casual downplaying of a violent incident, or it could mean like lock him up in a psych ward. He needs help. Like, we gotta do something.
It's feeling like that
Tiffany
one.
Redd, the friend who corroborated Cassie's version of events the night of the 29th birthday, states to Diddy, your abuse of power has inflicted ongoing harm on countless individuals, including myself, my friends, and my peers. You are a literal pillar in black music. So many of us looked up to you. This moment hurts for us too, but no one deserves to endure all of this. It's not right. You're hurting the very black and brown people you say you love and support. It pains
'Cause he
me
doesn't
to write
love
this
or
letter to you,
support
Diddy,
them.
as a black woman, but when will this cycle of abuse stop? It has to stop. Cassie's attorney states, Combs' most recent statement is more about himself than the many people he has hurt. When Cassie and multiple other people have come forward, he denied everything and suggested that his victims were looking for a payday. Then, he was only compelled to apologize once his repeated denials were proven false, and that shows his pathetic desperation, and no one will be swayed by his disingenuous words.
I mean, yeah.
The
Why would anyone
Red's
expect honesty or
message to
integrity from
Diddy,
him,
is
honestly,
that
at that point?
You say she wrote a letter.
An open letter to Rolling Stone, because at that point, there were some people that were not really believing Cassie.
Which
or
is
believing,
so
yeah,
dumb.
well, you're only saying that now because you want money.
Got it. Okay.
Meanwhile, she turned down the money.
And Tiffany Redd said she's scared for her life. Yeah.
When she wrote
Kitten,
that.
are you
When
scary?
she wrote that, she also stated that in some of the lawsuit verbiage, it's very clear that Tiffany Redd is the friend that's cooperating for Cassie. So it seems like she actually went public also for safety.
Right. So.
Well,
just
yeah,
so
that's what I
everyone
was
knows that
saying. Like, I feel like
she's
going public is the
also a
way to
target
get
for police.
safe.
She said she doesn't
the
go
best
outside
way.
now. She stopped making music. I mean, this has completely ruined her life. Yeah. Cassie has also made her only public statement since her lawsuit about the matter. She writes, "The outpouring of love has created a place for my younger self to settle and feel safe now. But this is only the beginning. Domestic violence is the issue. It broke me down to someone I never thought I would become. With a lot of hard work, I'm better today, but I will always be recovering from my past. My only ask is that everyone open your heart to believing victims the first time. It takes a lot of heart to tell the truth out of a situation that you were powerless in. I offer my hand to those who are still living in fear. Reach out to your people. Don't cut them off. No one should carry this weight alone. The healing journey is never ending, but this support means everything to me. Thank you. Love always, Cassie." Her husband, Alex Fine, posted to Instagram, "A letter to women and children. Men who hit women aren't men. Men who enable it and protect those aren't men. As men, violence against women shouldn't be inevitable. Check your brothers, your friends, and your family. Our daughters, sisters, mothers, and wives should feel protected and loved. Hold the woman in your life with the utmost regard. Men who hurt women hate women. To all the survivors, find the men and women who help and love. To all the survivors, your stories are real and people believe you. To all the survivors, you are not alone. And there are men and women who care only for your well-being and safety. We want you to succeed and flourish. To all the women and children, I'm sorry you live in a world where you're not protected and you don't feel equal. I want to raise my daughters in a world where they are safe and loved. To the abusers, you're done. You're not safe anymore. You're not protected anymore. The men by your side are just as weak. You're so miserable with yourself that death would be considered a kindness."
Oof.
Some netizens think that Diddy should have seen this coming because Cassie told him in a song exactly what she planned on doing. In her song, Love a Loser, which she states she helped write, the lyrics read, "I'd rather lose a lover than love a loser. Everything you did, I couldn't do it to you. Got my vision clear, so now I'm seeing through you. Writing you a letter, I'm gonna send it to you." Which she did. The letter just happened to be
Yeah, he definitely should have seen this
that would
coming.
end his career. Because shortly after Cassie, 10 other victims have filed lawsuits against Diddy, which we will cover in depth in the next episode. Those are the lawsuits that have already been filed.
Bruh,
There is
we're
an
already at the end
attorney
of the
in Texas
episode.
named Tony Busby who states there's a lot more coming, perhaps 120 more. Out of the 120 accusers he is representing and working with, Tony says 60 of them are men, 60 of them are women, and 25 of them were minors when the alleged abuse took place. Tony states that one of the abused was even as young as 9 years old when he was allegedly abused by Diddy. The individuals that are being repped by Tony Busby, he states, come from 25 different states, majority from California, New York, Georgia, and Florida. He alleges that many of the alleged abuse took place at auditions where, quote, "Many times, especially young people wanting to break into the industry, were coerced into this type of conduct in the promise of being made a star." I want to focus on the ages of these victims. When we talk about the ages of these victims, when the conduct occurred, it is shocking. He states, "This should have never been allowed to go on for so long. This conduct has created a mass of individuals who are injured,
none of these
scared,
shelves let me
and
put stuff
scarred."
on them?
He states that he has set up a hotline for any victims of Diddy to call. They have received over 12,000 calls in just 24 hours. He states ominously, "I have no doubt that there are people right now who know that they were somehow involved in this, who are now scrubbing their social media, who are searching their memories, who are deleting their texts, probably deleting pictures and trying to distance themselves from this. And we know who they are, or we will find out who they are. This is not something that's going to happen overnight, but I think we are at the tip of the iceberg." That I think we can agree with. This is the tip of the iceberg, and this is part 1. Part 2 will be up soon, and that episode
get
will
all
be
of
going in
them.
depth on the other 11 lawsuits, as well as in depth on the one lawsuit against his son, which is about what happened at a Diddy yacht party, and the very, very strange death of the mother of his children, Kim Porter, and the very controversial book that claims to be her diary entries before her death. And that book seems to implicate Diddy as having a much larger role in her death. So stay tuned for that.
I would
Stay
believe
safe,
that.
And I will see you in the next one.
Bro. Do you not know who Diddy is? God, I wish I was you. Yeah, he's a music producer who works with, like, most big artists. Is it floating? Not anymore. We need more things to fill these shelves up with. Nope. Okay, can this go on? Yes. Nice. And you can go over there. And no, come back. There we go. And then you can go in here. And you can go over there. Okay, no, that's the only shelf I have left. Good, okay, candle there. And then I'm so close to being done, chat. I'm just gonna whip this out really fast. And then we can try to fix the fucking stairs. Turn, bitch. There we go. Okay, potion bottle. Potion bottle. And potion bottle. Yeah, okay. And then this bitch, which I will put under here for some reason. Alright. Oh my god, we did it. Oops, wait. Okay, cool. Cool. And there we go. Oh my god, the UCF professor thing. I keep seeing that all over my fucking TikTok. Can someone give me the lowdown on what is going on? Because outside of seeing that they're in like a DDLG relationship, which I'm sorry, but I lived through Tumblr, I don't care about that. If it's consenting adults, like, not my business. But then I heard other things and I'm like, maybe it's a problem, but like, but you could do the TA as a costume. I've seen so many people making TikToks like dressing like the fucking TA as a costume. So funny. But no, that drama seems weird. Cause like I don't care if everyone's an adult. You know? No, I know about the Hello Kitty photos. Like I've been on the internet not too long. I don't care. But she wrote an E backwards. Oh my god, I don't care. Like, I don't care. Like, oh my god. Like, obviously people are gonna think it's weird because people are always gonna think that, but I don't care. What should we do in this little room? Should be like a little tea room or something. I don't know. I don't know. No, it's definitely weird. It's definitely weird. The issue with that is that for people who are in DDLG relationships, they don't see that as part of the kink. Because she seems like she's just like a little in general. So that means she should kind of like do that. Like that's just how she acts 24/7. Like if you've ever like met girls that are like that, like that's just how they are 24/7. So it's not like that part isn't part of the kink for them. So they don't see it that way. I don't know if there's one on YouTube. I've only seen it on TikTok. If one comes up on my typical places I watch TikTok drama, though, I'll add it to our rotation. Right. I'm gonna throw up the break screen really fast because I want to go make myself a snack. And then I think we're gonna start. We're gonna start the next part of the Diddy. And then we'll watch the rest on the family stream, maybe? Is stream supposed to end in... Oh, you're right. Okay, we won't. We'll just watch that one for... We'll start watching that next stream then. You're right. I'll just wait. I'll just wait for stream to be over. Nah, I do want a snack though. I do want food. I haven't eaten today, so I'm gonna have food. And then I'll find us. Right, save before I go. Okay, I'll grab a snack, and then I will find us a short Am I the Asshole to listen to, and then, or something, maybe spooky Reddit, I don't know. But yeah, no, the first 20 minutes I was not here, so you're right, we have like 40 minutes. So, also, I'm gonna probably go longer on the second stream tonight just because it's the last stream of the month, so I'm not holding myself to the 3-hour time limit for the next stream, so we're aware. And this one is like a loose time limit because it's the last stream of the month. I'm not as worried today. So, you guys can hear, I'll put up a thing, you guys can vote if you want to watch the first half of the next Diddy episode on here, or if I should find spooky Reddit, okay? And you guys can vote while I go get snack, alright? You do that, I go get snack, enjoy the break screen. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. My snack is in the oven. I'm making myself a croissant. Okay, so spooky Reddit. Looks like that's one. That's close. It's close. No, I know. I'm not playing yet. We need to decide what we're listening to first. Kitten. Croissant. Thank you. Croissant with turkey and cheese in it. So like a turkey melt. Bro, this is very close. Yeah, we're trying to have him wear clothes as the way of making him stop him itching his back. Nothing is working right now. He just keeps getting to it. So, yeah. Little man. Little silly man. They were selling them at Costco last year. No, just cheddar cheese. Alright. Okay, spooky Reddit it is. Spooky Reddit has one. Oh, you guys were so close. So close. Dude, yeah, no, this wig is driving me crazy. I'm okay though. Wearing wig caps is literally the most itchy shit. Okay, let me find spooky Reddit. Spooky Reddit. That's so weird. Yeah, you were very close to a tie, but not quite. Okay. Found 13 true scary stories from Reddit. 48 minutes. We'll see if it's any good. Why is it being so fucking weird? I don't get it. Yeah, it's a wig now. Oh, no, I didn't dye my hair black. I kind of did. I, like, temporarily dyed it. I got, you know, like, that spray-on hair dye you can get at, like, Spirit Halloween. I was blowing my nose. It's just black snot for, like, a day straight after. Oh my god, so much work. But those do work. If you need to dye your hair a different color for a costume, you want to use your real hair, like those dyes do work. Just you have to wear gloves. You're gonna sacrifice a brush when you do it, so get a new one. And then 3, you have to let it dry. You have to let it dry and you have to like brush through it, like to evenly coat. It's like a whole, it's so time consuming, but yeah. Anyway. Ugh. No, I hate it so much. It made me feel like Venom, that's for sure. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna just pull this up because it's just like spooky Reddit stories, so it's not gonna have anything to look at, but I will link you in a second.
Just for context,
Oh,
I'm
loud.
a teenage female in still attending school.
Okay, there we
so
go.
I worked the same night shifts on Friday and midday weekend shifts.
Scared the
every
shit out of me,
week.
Loki.
Around 5 months ago, I served a man who had come
I really
over
hope
with
there's
his
dance
family during
walking.
the weekend. He was really rude to me and my coworker, constantly demanding extra stuff, claiming the food wasn't fresh, and was also very strict to his family. He yelled at his kids to stand in line and walk to wash their hands.
Oh, your face is definitely gonna get some of the color on it, that's for sure. Use like hairspray to seal it. I did not do that.
Thank you for the food. She was clearly upset and embarrassed, trying to hide her face. I didn't see him again until maybe 5 weeks ago. Every Friday when I work the night shift by myself, he comes in to buy food but needs in the store by himself. My other
Let's do
coworker
this.
leaves 2 hours before closing, and all I have to do is the last bit of orders and then clean up the store closed and then the lights off. Each time he was being overly nice, but it felt so performative. Like he would smile, give me a compliment, and then his face would drop and wait for my reaction. He creeped me out.
Hate that.
But it wasn't any reason for concern until 2 weeks ago. He ate inside again and left. Maybe an hour later, I closed up the store and then cleaned, finishing up at around 11:30 p.m. I left through the back car park and went to the strip of stores across the road, since I wanted to go to the bank and further down the street to the laundromat to wash the aprons since no one had bothered to do it before. When going to the bank, I saw the man again, waiting outside the bank on his phone. Didn't think anything of it. I saw him before and it made sense to me that he was there. I walked right past him without acknowledging him down the street until I noticed him following me. Each time I stopped, so would he. If I
Was he
randomly
dance walking?
turned across the road,
Oh my God.
he was still there.
Did he start dance
He
walking?
always kept a gap between us.
Did he start dance walking?
I was also doing random
Please
stuff to see
tell
if
me.
he would do the same.
Tell me he started to dance
When I
walk.
finally reached the laundromat,
Need to know
he stood
about the
in front
dance
of the door
walking.
just watching me. Not really knowing what to do since the laundromat is a long hallway and not wanting to be face to face with them when I came out of the
Please
entry,
dance walking.
I booked it for the fire escape on the opposite end, which led to an alleyway surrounded by the sides of apartments. It took me ages to walk out of the alleyway until I finally reached the street where I could walk around the block of stores back to the bank and diagonal to the car
was there
park.
dance walking?
I looked down the street again, and I didn't see him. I told my coworkers and boss
But
about
did you see
this.
dance walking?
I now no longer have the night shift and work Fridays after 4 p.m.
You
and my
didn't tell us
coworkers
about the
have been
dance
keeping a
walking,
lookout,
bruh.
but I haven't seen him
Disappointed.
since. I've been busy dealing with the wake of a family tragedy since this all happened. But now that things are returning to the new normal, I figured it's a good time to share. So this is what I thought was a nightmare. First, I'll describe the nightmare.
The nightmare.
It's a very short dream, and it feels like a clear memory just because of how scary it was. I was about 4 or 5 years old, perhaps 6 at most.
Was there a
And my twin
nightmare?
brother and I had a bunk bed in a room at the furthest end of the house where we grew up in. The nightmare had me in my bed looking out the window to see a red sky. The kind it gets in the early dawn hours before
Bro, I can't.
sunrise. The light still colors the sky.
All of these fucking
The
Reddit
next
stories
and
are
only other thing I
so
remember
goofy. I
from this nightmare is that a man
cannot.
with crazy blue colored eyes and a bald head appears at the window and stares right at me. The nightmare ends there, but I remember
Weird
just
ass
how much
nightmare.
I screamed about it. I don't know where my brother was at the time when I woke up screaming, and the only thing I could remember from when I woke up was having my mom come and get me and calm me down as she took me to her bedroom down the hall. I only remember that so well because I wondered where my dad
This
was.
guy's a cameo.
Fast forward to this May, and my father's
I'm
in a
not
hospital
shocked by
in the
that,
country
honestly.
he lives in Colombia, and my twin brother and our older sister are staying in a hotel about a 5-minute walk away from the hospital he's staying in the ICU at. One day, after a long day of being there for Dad and for the extended family, my siblings and I return to the hotel and sit together to have a couple of beers and just try to relax after all of that. We start discussing things, just trying to unwind, but somehow the discussion of nightmares and dreams come up, and I bring up the above story. Well, without missing a beat, my sister straight up explains that had really happened. that some guy really did look through my window and that she remembers the whole thing.
Girl, and you
My
didn't
sister, who's
think
5 years older
about
than
telling
my brother and
anyone?
I, so this would make her 9 to 10 years old, had her bedroom adjacent to the bedroom that my brother and I shared. Her room faced our lawn.
Like, when were you gonna share with the class?
Neighbor's house and their driveway with a very
What was the
low
plan
fence
there,
between the two
Queen?
houses. While she didn't get into too much detail about the days before this nightmare and event, she said that she had been followed by a bald man in a truck as she had rode her bike home with some friends a couple of times before. The day immediately before this nightmare was no different, but the man this time actually drove right past the house. At the time, she was a latchkey kid, since my brother and I had to go to a special school about 45 minutes away from our hometown for a speech impediment that many twins have, and my mom had to pick us up rather than be home for my sister after school. But she was never home alone for more than an hour. That afternoon and evening was pretty normal as she remembers it. My dad came home from his job. He worked as a part-time cop and worked in a local hardware store. We then all had dinner, did homework, played, and did the usual family things before bed. That night around 12 to 1 a.m., this bald-headed dude had parked down the street at a small
It's a bar table, hold on.
and walked up to our house and tried to
It
get
might
in
be.
through my sister's window, which woke her up and she then screamed when she saw the man nearly opening the window as it wasn't locked. My dad stormed in and tried to shove the guy out or tried to hit him with the nightstick he had. My sister doesn't remember exactly, and this caused the guy to run off, but only for a short time, as he came back a moment later to try and get into the window in my room. I tried opening the window, but it was locked because my mom didn't want my brother and I to open it because our bed was right up against it.
Smart
My
mom.
sister said I screamed as loud as I could, and my mom went in to get my brother and I while my dad tried to go after him by running out of the front door to chase him.
Bro,
But to no
what the
avail,
hell?
As the guy hauled ass right through our backyard. The way our backyard was situated had it backed up right against a small rail yard that is part of the aforementioned small industrial park down the street from us. Between our small neighborhood and that rail yard was a very good amount of very dense trees that always made the backyards very, very dark. So my dad
What I used to make my
didn't
thumbnails
find
procreate.
So instead, he went back inside to our house, called the police. Then he called our elderly neighbor to make sure they were okay while our mom took care of us kids.
Bro, what the
This is
hell?
all my sister could remember from that night herself, as this was a very long time ago. Neither of us could recall anything else after that either, and the story just sort of stops right there. My father sadly passed away in the hospital, so we aren't able to ask him. And given all of that,
Bro,
none of us
what?
have really thought to ask our mom yet, but
Why?
maybe I'll ask her soon.
Just ask your mom.
The story goes back to the 90s.
The
I was 7
90s.
or 8 and going home from school. A 5-minute walk in a safe district. But there
His
was something
accent is
waiting
so
for
funny.
me on my way home that day. I remember a man, a smile, a big hand reaching to me to shake my small one, and 2 meters away there was
Decide what
another
type
man
of
leaning in a car
table
with
to
its door
use
open.
here.
I did shake his hand, and I remember him not wanting to let go of my hand. He had started asking
what?
questions about
Weird.
school and teachers. I was
The
answering
hell?
the questions while trying to liberate my hand. Then out of
The
nowhere, my best friend in elementary school of that year showed up, shouted my name, and stood not too close but not far away from watching us. Then the man stopped smiling, let loose of my hand, and went to the car looking frustrated. My friend looked scared and
What
serious.
the hell?
I totally forgot all about this 2 minutes of my life because I didn't know what tragedy I escaped. Then somehow the memories re-emerged after 20 years, and I then understood that it was a kidnapping attempt.
Yeah, duh. What? Did you not realize? Girl, your survival
Last night, I
skills.
awoke to the unsettling noise
Liz.
of loud banging and my dog's frantic barking. Living alone with my girlfriend, we have grown accustomed to our neighbors' domestic
Survival
disputes,
skills at a
and I have to
concerning
call the
level.
police often. I stumbled to the bathroom, as the walls there are thin and separated our duplex from theirs. As I approached the bathroom door, the entire house was
Can I
dark,
place it
and a
nice?
tall shadow was in my bathtub. I wasn't wearing my glasses, and I'm incredibly nearsighted, so I struggled to discern whether the shadow was merely the shower curtain or what it was.
Bruh, me.
Then the shadow spoke. I don't know what
The
it said,
shadows
but the gut-wrenching panic I felt is still fresh. I screamed and fled back to my bedroom, slamming the door behind me. My girlfriend, now awake and terrified, joined me as I dialed the police. They instructed me to lock the door, but my bedroom doesn't have one. With the banging growing louder and more aggressive, I braced myself against the door, praying that help would arrive in time. To my relief, the police arrived swiftly in only 5 minutes.
Nice.
When I finally emerged from the bedroom, I found that they had dragged him naked from the bathtub because he had been trying to shower. They were questioning him on my couch while he was handcuffed.
No.
He was apparently incredibly drunk and had just wandered into the wrong house.
Bro.
And this was the one night that we forgot to lock the doors.
Oh my god.
Gotta love it.
Bro, not him using your... I would burn it with
I came here to
bleach.
tell my story because there are people that go through these types of relationships who are maybe still healing. But I also need some advice myself. I'm a 17-year-old girl.
Yes,
And when I was 14, I really liked older guys. And not guys who were 1 year
When you were
older
how
than
old?
me, but I mean like 3 to 4 years older.
Oh, okay. Whew.
That's when
Got
I
a little
met my
concerned
ex.
about how old. Like,
He
that's
was
still
17
like
at the
too
time,
old, but like
and he was a really sweet guy until he began opening
my
up
brain was
about his
thinking
mental
other
health and
much
drug
older
addiction.
things.
Don't
Thankfully,
get
that's
me
not the
wrong.
case.
I don't judge him for being mentally unstable, but he never took his prescription and he just threw tantrums all day.
No, there you go. You can judge him.
And overall didn't even care about
So what
me.
the fuck?
I was with him for 2 years until one day he finally blocked me, basically ending our relationship, and I never heard from him again. Until 2 months ago, that is.
Bro.
I came home from school one day, and I looked into the mailbox because I saw an envelope. It was unusual for us to receive envelopes unless it was a bill, but it wasn't an envelope for bills. It was one meant for letters. I put it in my purse and went inside the house. I went into my room after, and I said hi to my mom and then opened the envelope. There was no return address or anything like that, but my name on the letter caught my attention. I never received letters from anyone, and I was worried to see a signature that I'd recognize on it. I started reading the letter.
Hold on, my snack is ready. I'll be
hardly,
right
because
back.
The writing was awful, but the person who sent it was telling me how they regret letting me go and that they want me back. I thought that one of my friends was playing a stupid prank on me, so I brushed it off and put it in my drawer, just laughing about the situation. Later that night, I was about to go to sleep when an unknown number showed up on my screen. I looked at the screen confused because I rarely ever receive such weird calls from unknown numbers. I didn't really want to pick up, but I thought that maybe it was one of my friends trying to pull one of their pranks on me as usual. I picked up, and I heard breathing. Hello? I said. No answer. Beatrice, are you this bored that you want to pull pranks on me? Still no answer. Just heavy breathing from the other end. All of a sudden, I heard his voice. Who's Beatrice? My eyes were wide open, and I hung up. I stared
Alright,
at the ceiling
what I
in
missed was their dance
disbelief,
walking.
and I put my phone on silent mode and just went to sleep.
Did he show up?
I didn't think for 1 second that this phone
Did he
call
start
was
talking?
about to be the beginning of my biggest nightmare. I woke up the next morning with several calls from that unknown number, and I got a little scared.
Let me
I
save
opened
this
my
before I
phone
start
and saw
eating.
messages from the same person telling me to pick up and to just talk to them. I tried to ignore it, but the calls and messages continued even after I got to school. When I was outside the school gates and smoking a cigarette with my friend, I got a call again. I answered and gave an upset answer. Dude, who the hell are you? Why are you calling me? The person sat in silence for a few seconds, then said my friend's name. They heard their name and they asked me who the hell I was on the phone with.
Bro.
You're with who I think you are, aren't you? Of course you are.
What?
I can see you. I looked around and didn't see anyone other than my schoolmates.
Okay, so he's stalking you now?
There were only 6 people around us, and nobody was on a call or anything. I got creeped out and hung up. I eventually recognized the voice, and it was my ex's. I told my friend that he kept calling me and texting me from an unknown number since last night, and that I didn't know what to do. She said that I can't really do anything about it, and that I should just ignore the calls.
So good.
But as time went on, I started to get more letters, sometimes even flowers right next to the fence of my home. For context, my ex was from another city, and I never told him where I lived. He knew what school I went to, but never which class I was in. Then I started to get single roses once a week on my desk when I got to school.
What?
My classmates told me that they never saw the person who brought me the roses because they were there by the time they got to class. I was super paranoid. I started to receive pictures of my friends and I outside the school gate, sometimes even when I was alone. I was shitting my pants whenever I saw the unknown number pop up on the screen with a picture attached to the message.
Lol.
I finally had enough one day, and I called his number that was saved in my phone. I called him, but he never picked up. I started texting him on the apps that I didn't get blocked on, and I told him to stop or I'll contact his boss and complain about his creepy behavior, and that I'd even make fake complaints about his service at work so that he'll get fired. He really needed the job, so he left me alone
Very
for
mature.
like a week. But then I started to see him on the street, in public transport, and outside my school.
The girl just called the
Mind you,
cops.
this dude lived in another country by the time we broke up, and only came back when he started texting me again.
Yeah, I saved.
I asked some of his friends about the time he got back, and they told me that he came back to our home country the same day I started getting the calls. I could barely leave the house after I found out that he knew my school schedule, and I always asked one of my classmates who lived nearby to pick me up with their car on our way to school. One day I wasn't so lucky, and my classmate who used to drive me to school was sick and couldn't show up, so I had to take the bus that day. When I got on my bus, I saw his blonde, wavy hair, and I froze. I literally wanted to cry and didn't know how to get out of the bus without him getting off at the same stop as me. In my country, we aren't supposed to talk to the driver while he's driving, but I had no other choice than to ask him to not let him out of the bus. I explained the situation, and he was thankfully very understanding, and he didn't let him off the bus. My ex was banging on the glass doors and screaming to be let off at the stop, but the driver just kept the door shut and drove off. I sighed in relief and started crying while I was waiting for another bus to come. It's been a month since school ended, and I haven't seen him after that, but I'm really scared that he might come back when school starts. The police were thinking about it, and I even started getting threatening letters 2 weeks ago. I carry a pocket knife with me whenever I go out, and I even change my phone number.
What countries specifically have a rule about not talking to the bus driver?
I also want to mention that he has a twin brother. I knew this, but I
Well,
never
maybe
thought
he's the
that
twin
maybe
brother.
his brother is also involved in this. I'm actually starting to think that they're in on this together, and this is why I see him so often.
That or the brother just has a routine that's nearby.
I went to a wedding
It's like
with
a
my
weird
friend Courtney
coincidence.
about 2 days ago, and I still can't shake my mind over what happened. For context, I grew up in a very religious household and went to church every Sunday. And Courtney is probably the only person from my old church that I still keep in contact with. The situation started at the reception. Courtney was super excited to see me, and was definitely the only person who felt that way, judging from all of the
What are you doing down there, Scary
people at
Kitten?
my old church. I sat down at my table and started playing something on my phone when some guy sat next to me. He said that the seating chart said that he was supposed to sit at my table, and then introduced himself as the groom's friend, Anthony. He was pretty cute, so I spent a lot of time talking to him, and we really hit it off. He didn't
I
seem
feel like
to
that would
judge
piss me
me
off
for being an
personally.
atheist, and he seemed genuinely interested in me. When the dance started, they started playing Brown Eyed Girl, and he offered to dance with me. We danced together for most of the night until he left to go to the bathroom, and a little later I did too. When I came out, I saw that my purse wasn't on the table, which was weird because I swore I left it there. I was tired and I thought I had just left it in my car, so I went into the parking lot and into my car to look for it, and I found it on the center console. I still thought it was weird because I really thought that I had brought it inside, but at that point it was pretty late in the night, so I didn't think too much of it. I danced some more, and I noticed that Anthony was gone. I asked the groom, who said he had gone home because he wasn't feeling too good. Pretty soon, I felt pretty sick too, so I said bye to Courtney and went to my car. As I put my keys in the ignition, I looked behind me and saw something weird. It looked like something had dug down from the trunk. I took out my keys and looked back there, and that's when I saw him. Anthony was crouched down in the trunk of my car. I started screaming and ran out with him chasing after me. I went inside and told Courtney, who immediately told her husband, who walked me back to my car where Anthony was nowhere to be seen.
Bro.
Courtney's husband said that he didn't see his car anywhere, so he probably left. I left, and I still feel sick to my stomach thinking
That's so
about
creepy.
it. He could have easily got home with me and killed me if I hadn't looked back. Courtney said that she feels terrible that she invited him, and that she had no idea that he would do something like that.
I mean, obviously, why would you?
Since, because I'm worried that if I do, he'll be waiting for me like he was before. So, I want to give a little update. The last couple of days have been kind of crazy, so I haven't had the chance to look. But thank you all for your advice that I really wish I would have known about earlier. Unfortunately, my address was on my ID. As I now learned, Anthony took photos of it. Anthony and the groom aren't exactly friends, but they know each other well enough for him to be invited to the wedding. After that whole fiasco, the groom tried to text Anthony about it, but got no response.
I'm shocked.
Anthony showed up at my job and lurked around the parking lot before he ran off when he saw security. He left me a note on my windshield that just said, "I'm watching."
Girl,
Security
how about you
at my
don't
job
watch?
has been notified about him, so hopefully I'm safe there. I was told
Don't
by
watch
other
me.
people
Go
that
away.
went to the wedding that he was introducing himself as my boyfriend, and that he was planning on proposing. I'm currently trying to file a restraining order against him, and I feel horrified.
That's so
He
creepy.
lives in my city and he knows where I live, so
Oh my
I'm staying
God,
at my aunt's
what?
house as I speak. If anything else happens,
Bro.
I'll be sure to provide an update.
Introducing himself as a boyfriend. Blech.
A guy
That
I
is
used to work with
so-
really wanted to take me hunting. I work at a big retail store as a self-checkout host. Most of my days are spent walking laps and listening to customers saying things like, "I don't work here," or "Why aren't you on the register?" I understood their frustrations. Usually there would be 2 or 3 of us at the self-checkout and maybe 2 manned registers open. Well, we got a new guy in. We'll call him Terry.
And we'll test out why the house isn't working.
Terry always wore a mask as it was 2021 and COVID was still COVIDing. I was training him, telling him to stock candy in bags. He would ask questions anyone would ask. If I'm in school, if I have a girlfriend. I lived in a small city/big town that had a good college. Students from all over the country would come and usually wound up within the prisons or retail. He usually asked me the same questions. I told him no on both accounts. He then asked me if I ever went hunting. We had a lot of woods and a big forest around the town. I replied, "No, I don't like guns." He then said that he'd have to take me one day. A few days go by, and he's over on my side again. He asks if I have my family in town, and if they aren't, do they live close? I live 3 doors down from my mom. He starts talking about hunting again, how he was out with his buddies and started using pack tactics where they would box in the prey and then finish it off. Weird for deer, seeing as they flee at the first thought of a noise. He's off for a few days because new hires have problems getting hours for the first 3 weeks. I talked to one of my coworkers and they tell me that he asks a lot about me. The next time I see him, his questions are very telling. How tall would you say you are? How much do you weigh? How well do you know the woods past so-and-so street?
What the fuck?
I'm a big guy at 6 foot and 300 pounds, and when he brought up hunting again, a creepy thought would send chills down my spine. Come on,
Most
man.
dangerous game.
You'd like it. Just some good old boys shooting the shit late at night in the middle of the woods. Then the real fun starts right before dawn. They won't know what hit them. The mask hid most of his face, but I could see a rise when he smiled. I don't know why he thought that would be a great way to convince someone. Other than feeling like they were about to hump me, it sounded like I would have been bored as hell before. I must have made a face or something, because then he turned and walked away quickly. I told a couple of
What the
coworkers
hell?
about it, but that was his last day.
That was his last day. What?
Again, and I hope I never do.
Bro, what?
There's the street dog.
That is so random.
That I see every day. It is one of the older dogs, so it's always sleeping and very calm
Like,
in
huh?
general. I live very near to the college, and my friend and I usually go for a walk late at night after dinner. Tonight was no different, and we were walking around the same route. It's a residential area, so we've never felt unsafe since there are always college students or other families out on the road walking around. We were on our third lap, and this dog was sitting at its usual spot.
Spooky
While we were
dog.
walking past it, I was gushing about how cute it is, and was clearly distracted. Suddenly, my friend said there was a weird car behind us. I turned around to see there was in fact a car driving at a really slow speed.
Ugh.
The car pivoted towards us, which made me think that maybe it wanted to part where we were walking, and it just might be a random family.
That's nice
As I
of
was
you to
about to
think.
convey these assumptions to my friend, we heard a dog barking and turned around to see it chasing after the car. Both my
Puppy
friend and I
saved
are
them.
scared of dogs, so she stood behind me
You're
hoping
scared
I
of
would save
dogs?
her.
Okay.
But right when I turned around, it was the same street dog from before. I knew right away it wouldn't harm us. The car suddenly sped past us, and the dog didn't chase us or anything. Instead, just stood on guard. When we recovered from the shock of it all, we both had the same realization that the dog might have just saved us. We still don't know if that car had any evil intentions, but the way it sped right when the dog started
Dog
barking,
saved you for sure.
the timing of it all was just way too bizarre. Plus, it was driving so slow.
Not the dance
that both
walking
of us
dog.
Didn't even realize until it was way
I'm gonna
too close to
ditch
us.
this and grab a new drink. Hold up.
Needless to say, that dog will be getting extra pets from me every time I see it. This just happened to me like 30 minutes ago, so I'm rather shaken up. A friend and I were walking down the street back to my apartment. It was dark out since it's late here. As we were walking on the sidewalk past a dark parking lot, a woman approached us out of the shadows. She was waiting there for us to approach her, so I thought it was strange. There was also another woman walking alone about half a block ahead of
Dance
us
walking?
that passed by her. She didn't stop this woman. She stops us by looking me in the eye and then saying, "Excuse me, I think you're so
True.
beautiful."
If you start dance walking, no one's gonna kidnap you because they're gonna be like, what the fuck?
My friend and I just looked at each other and both just said, then she said, "I promise I'm not being weird." Still, we
Spoken
didn't
like someone
answer
being
and
weird.
kinda just stood there in shock. The woman got more urgent with her pleas, then said, "Please, I just really want to know your name." And finally,
No,
I kind
I'm
of
okay.
just snapped out of it and then said, "No, thank you." And then we
Nah,
walked
I'm
away.
gonna do my own thing.
I turned back to see where she went because I got such a bad gut feeling about this, and I saw her talking to a man in a car across the street.
Oh my god.
They were both looking at us. Then she got in and they sped off. Here's what I think happened. The man with the woman in tow were on a prowl to find a woman to sex traffic. They saw us walking from way down the street, and then drove up the street to try and get into position before we walked over there. We didn't notice because it was dark and there was a lot of trees, and the street was long. He told her to try and get me in the car, and she tried but failed. I want to know what you guys think, though. Do you
Maybe.
guys think this was a sex trafficking scheme to try and get us in the car? Why would she be so urgent
Definitely
to
kidnapping of
aggressive
some
about
type.
my name? What was that man doing there?
Or they're trying to
Should I
scam
be
you or
worried they'll come
something.
back? I live about a block from there, so I'm still very scared. I go to the gym rather late. I'm
Well,
a
there was your
Puritan
first
college
mistake.
student, so late night gym sessions work out well for me.
Maybe
I
rethink
once got
that.
out of the gym around 12 a.m., stopped at the
Not the
gas
best
station
plan,
to put
I'm gonna be
some air in
honest.
my tires, and I noticed a man kind of eyeing me from afar. Then he came up to me offering
Sus.
to finish for me. I declined. He then went on saying that I have a good figure and that I was really pretty.
You know.
I thanked him, then tried to go about my business. He keeps talking, and he mentions how I remind him of his girlfriend who died a couple of years ago.
Sure.
And how he's in Arizona trying to get his shit together.
Sure.
There was a red car parked next to me.
Okay.
And it was full of stuff in the
Cute.
back, like someone lived in it. He said
Right,
it was
now let's
his,
see
that
what
he
the
was
fuck's going on
renting
with
the room
this.
for his business, but the landlord found out
Oh
he was
yeah, I
living
didn't.
in it and not doing business,
Dude, I
so he got
fucking
kicked
decorated
out.
this whole room too.
He said
Whatever,
it
I'm
was
leaving
full
it
of
for
books
now.
and that he loved reading, and I don't know what
See if
else.
she can go upstairs.
He said that he doesn't have anywhere to go, and he can't go anywhere because he doesn't have plates on his car. He asked if I would follow him back to the office so the police would avoid reading his plates, since around this time there's a bunch of them.
Nope.
I already knew this was a major red flag, but I was raised as a people pleaser, and I couldn't say no. After I said yes, I just knew I had made a mistake, and I tried to turn back. He said it's fine, that it's just down the street and that it'll be quick. I follow him and we get to the office. It's in a dark alley, no one was around, and there were no street lights. He tried to talk when he got out of his car, and I kept my windows rolled up with a small crack, just enough for him and I to hear each other, but not so much that he could reach inside, and I kept my doors locked. He then asked if I wanted to come inside and see his books that he bragged about so much, and how they helped him cope with his girlfriend's death. He then opened the door to his office, and he tried to convince me that there wasn't anyone there, that it's safe. But all I saw was one exit to a small-ass room, and he was standing right in front of it.
Yeah, no.
I did see the books, but it wasn't enough to convince me. He said that he would bring them outside, but they're too heavy. I declined and said no, that I won't be going in there with him. But he kept trying to talk me into it,
Yeah, what the fuck?
saying he's not going to do anything to me. He just wants to show me his
What
books
the
in his
fuck?
office.
No.
I declined again and said I would be leaving. He then stopped, was quiet for a bit, then said, "You know what? You're smart." After that, I sped off, and I never saw him again. I'm now at a phase in my life where I say no to anyone, and I'm always armed. I realized that I did put myself in that situation, and I also thank myself for being smart enough to get the hell out of it. I just wanted to share and spread awareness. I was at Walmart today with my wife and our newborn. As we were nearing the exit, I had noticed a younger woman in her 30s waiting and making eye contact with me, waiting around with an
God damn it. That's what I was afraid of.
She was giving me heavy meth vibes, and he was just disheveled. For whatever reason, they didn't pass the vibe, so I had my eyes on a swivel, and as we walked back to our car, they followed us down to our car, but a few paces behind. Still too far to approach. I put the baby and groceries in the car and closed everything, and the man ended up fumbling with his keys, as if to try and find his car. I was sufficiently on my nerves at this point, so I looked around with the car to see where they parked, and it turned out
I have
they
to
were
redo
4
this
lanes
room
over.
slightly. Okay.
They then got into a car that was already running, but parked with out-of-state plates. Vermont, and we're in North Carolina.
Vermont.
Which makes the key fumbling by the gentleman really out of character. Am I just being
No.
paranoid? Or is this some sort of thing that happens? Or maybe
Dude.
it's just new parent creeps. I'd really like to know everyone's thoughts. Also, I did have our groceries
What's going on?
in the
Oh my god.
stroller. Maybe they wanted to steal those? This was also 2 p.m. at a busy Walmart in the Triangle area. I don't know. All I know is they really gave me the creeps.
What the fuck is going on?
One day I stopped at the Burger King
Being
around
so weird,
6 in
I don't
the
know.
morning on my way to work. I parked in front and got out of the car. I pretty much always keep a level of situational awareness wherever I go, and didn't see anyone else walking around the parking lot.
Thank you.
Maybe 10 to 15 seconds after I walked into the Burger King, a man in sunglasses came in after me. It was as if he had come out of nowhere, but I didn't pay that much mind at the time. I ordered some coffee and hash browns and waited by the counter. The man then approached me. "Hey, is that your car over there?" He gestured out the window of my car. Yeah. Where are you headed? To the university." My first instinct was to lie. I was actually headed to my job off campus, but I was already
whoa.
weirded out by the encounter, and I didn't want to tell him where I worked.
I'm just gonna get rid of
Do you
this, I
think you could give me
think.
a ride to Watershed Drive?
No.
The street that he mentioned just so happened to be on the way to the university. How convenient. I gave him a good look. He still had his sunglasses on. Maybe he just forgot to take them off. It was rather odd he was wearing sunglasses in the first place, as it was a cloudy morning and the sun was just barely even out. Generic looking white guy, probably in his 40s or 50s. He was well groomed and neatly dressed, wearing a button-up shirt and a tan leather jacket. Nice dress shoes. Didn't look like someone down on his luck at all, or at least not in so bad a situation he couldn't afford an Uber. Not that he really needed one. It was about a 20 to 30 minute walk. And call me cruel, but being a young female, I wasn't going to take my chances with letting an absolute stranger in my car.
Nope, that's not cruel.
So,
That's
course,
just
I
basic
said,
safety.
Nope, sorry. He nodded, shuffled around for a few more seconds, then left the Burger King without ordering anything. I found the whole encounter rather odd, but went about my day as usual. When I was about to leave work, I started thinking about it again. As I was heading to the university after work, and he knew I was a student there, and he knew exactly what car I had, and I was getting paranoid. It was a very distinct car, an electric blue PT Cruiser, so it stood out like a sore thumb. I convinced myself I was being unreasonable, getting so freaked out over a stranger asking for a ride, but my coworker agreed it was bizarre, and they suggested that I report it to the police just in case. At face value, it was a mundane interaction, but there were so many little factors that put me on alert. So I ended up calling the non-emergency line, prefacing it with, "It happened hours ago, and it's probably nothing but just to have it on the record." I was convinced they were going to tell me I was overreacting, but after I gave the description of the man in sunglasses, the dispatcher's tone immediately became urgent. She then scolded me for not reporting this earlier. She said she was going to send some troopers to the Burger King right away, but that it's probably too late by now. She told me to call immediately if I saw him again. To be honest, the dispatcher's reaction shook me more than the encounter itself, and it's why I still remember it so vividly years later. I wonder if my description perfectly matched someone they were looking for. I do regret not calling earlier, but I was convinced they'd tell me I was overreacting. I never did see him again, but to this day, I still wonder. So I recently got a job at Walmart in online grocery, and while I don't talk to customers nearly as much as cashiers or customer service, I do have to answer
this
a lot
will
of
work.
questions and direct people to items that they can't find. There are plenty of stupid people who don't look before asking me where something is, and the people who are just plain rude. But besides this one encounter, I haven't really had a problem with creepy men.
Actually, you know what?
At my past jobs, I was used to men making horrible comments about my body and body mods. But I guess at Walmart, there's always someone weirder walking around, so I don't get as many. It started at around noon when I went out on my first pick run of the day. I was in the soda aisle struggling to fit a box pack of beer into my cart when this guy came up and helped me. He was probably in his early to mid-20s. This kind of adds up to the creep factor because I only recently turned 18, and I haven't switched out my yellow name tag yet. He was a bigger guy, a bit shorter than me, and he was wearing a corn shirt. I thanked him for helping me and said I liked his shirt. He said it was no problem and then complimented my hair. No big deal, right? I pick up my handheld and get back to bagging soda and praying that I don't get set on exceptions that night. Around 15 minutes later, I'm in the soup aisle, crouched on the floor, bagging 20 cans of Dinty Moore. Not my finest moment. Someone walks up behind me and then says, "Hey, excuse me," and I'm already excited to talk to them. Nobody, and I mean nobody, says excuse me whenever they want my attention. I stand up and turn around to see the same guy. He says he's been looking everywhere and he can't find the baking soda, and that he knows that he probably passed it, but he wants to make sure he's looking in the right area.
This works.
The baking aisle was just a few over, and what a coincidence. The next thing I need for my run is bread flour. I tell him I'm heading over to the aisle the baking soda's in right now, and I'll show him where it is. He says thank you. I finish scanning the Dinty Moore, and we head over. It was a Tuesday and completely dead. Like I was seeing my coworkers more often than customers. We get to the baking aisle, and I show him the baking soda before getting to picking out the bread flour. I had a lot to pick from in that aisle, so I was there for a good 10 minutes picking different items. And I couldn't help but notice that he put a tiny box of Arm & Hammer into his cart, and he was just standing there on his phone, occasionally looking at me. A little strange, but maybe he's texting someone and feeling a bit awkward that neither of us has left the aisle. Who knows? I finish my pick run, stage the totes into the cart, and bring it to the back. I go on 2 more runs before my first 15-minute break, and I catch a glimpse of Corn Guy every so often. I figure he's just having a hard time finding stuff because the Walmart I work at is massive, and continue on with my day. I go into the break room to eat the salad that I had in the fridge and drink a cherry Pepsi while getting the good gossip from one of the guys from customer service, and life is good.
Here we go.
For a second, I thought I saw Corn Guy walk past the door, but I figured it was just an employee wearing the same shirt, and didn't think of it again until later. My manager tells me to do 3 more pick runs before I go to the back to start dispensing orders, and I then head out on a produce run. Easily
Hopefully
one of
this
the worst
works,
times,
bruh.
as the produce section is super confusing and always crazy busy. I get to the produce section and start doing my thing, when I then see Corn Guy standing next to the corn stand. I laugh to myself for a second before realizing that it's 1:30 a.m. at this point, and this guy has been at Walmart for at least an hour and a half. There are only 3 things in his cart. I try not to look in his direction so he doesn't try to talk to me, and get back to bagging onions and weighing apples. At this point, I'm getting some serious weirdo vibes from this guy. He walks up to me and says hi. I say hi back, and I ask him if he needs anything. He proceeds to go on the creepiest tirade I've ever heard. I remember almost exactly what he said because I was standing there in absolute horror the entire time while holding a bag of apples. He said, I just wanted you to know that you don't need to eat salad if you don't want to. You don't need to lose weight. If you're trying to impress that guy you were talking to, you should just go for someone who'll love you for who you are. Not someone who would want to change you like that.
What the fuck?
You're so beautiful. I stare at this man in shock. For one, I eat salads for lunch because I freaking like them. It sure ain't a healthy salad either. Those things are loaded with Caesar dressing and bacon bits. Second of all, I have a boyfriend already. It's not Gavin from customer service, and he's also fat and couldn't care less of what I eat. Third of all, I take offense that some random creep thinks that I, a grown-ass woman, have been waiting all my life to be validated by him. A man who spends all day at Walmart without even being paid for it. Needless to say, I'm horrified and embarrassed because he just said this in front of multiple other customers who are giving us weird looks and pissed off by the audacity of this damn weirdo. I can't tell him any of this though. I stick with telling him that I think that's inappropriate for him to say, and he needs to stay out of employee-only areas like the break room. And if he needs anything else, he can go ahead and talk to customer service.
What?
He looks shocked as if this wasn't the nicest way I could have ended the conversation. And I end my pick run early to go talk to a manager. In
I
the
have
back,
no words.
I tell my manager all about Corn Guy.
What the hell?
How he's been following me, and how I'm not going back out to pick tonight unless we know for sure that he's gone.
Good.
She's understanding, and she lets me start dispensing early, and she sends one of the guys in the back to pick in my place. The rest of the day goes okay. Except when my coworker and I go out together to take a huge order in one of the spots in the main parking lot, and Corn Guy is sitting on the bench out front. I prayed that he was just waiting for someone to pick him up, and refused to take out any more orders to the main lot. I managed to put away returns without seeing him, and with minimal trouble. And at 8, I go back to OGP, turn in my hand-holding keycard, and say goodbye to everyone left.
Let's see if I can get upstairs
now. I always park in the main lot right in front of the grocery section, and as I'm walking, it's just starting to get a bit dark. It had been raining on and off the whole day, and it was the perfect balance of summer warmth and cold rain outside. As I'm unlocking my shitty old CRV, I see Corn Guy approaching me. I'm really scared on what the hell he wants from me. But at this point, I have my keys out, and
Okay,
whatever's
how
wearing the
about
chain is clearly visible.
go here?
So I'm hoping he isn't stupid enough to try something. He walks up to me and starts trying
Her
to talk.
walk, I swear to God.
I shut him down, tell him that he's been following me all
Aw,
day.
kitty using
and
the
that I'm really
cat
uncomfortable talking to him.
cat scratch. Oh my God, I
Reminder
can't
that he's
talk.
been at Walmart for a full 8 hours at this point. I also tell him that I'm off the clock, and if he needs something
Okay, so she can walk up there, she can't walk up the next set of stairs.
And if he wants to talk to me personally, I'm not interested, and he needs to leave me the hell alone. He has the nerve to actually look offended. And then he says something that tops a salad rant in terms of stupid shit to say to a random woman.
Feed the cat. Feed the cat.
Okay, well, since you're gonna be like that, I won't ask you out. Ungrateful bitch. I thought you were
go
cool
up
and
there.
that maybe you could understand me. But you're just
No,
like
she
every
can't
other
go
girl.
up there.
I'm too
Go
morbidly
here.
curious. So I ask him what the hell that means. I mean, you seem cool. I don't see anyone around here with ears stretched that big or who can appreciate Korn's artistry. I thought that maybe you were on my level. But you're just like every other stupid Midwesterner in this shitty town. At the end of this little rant, he digs in the pocket of his sweatpants and produces the shittiest little switchblade I've ever seen in my life. This pitiful little thing couldn't even skin a hamster. I'm somehow even more offended.
Okay, well, let me try
First,
this.
I've been stalked all day because I have stretched ears and complimented a guy's band shirt. Second, he thinks Korn is some deep cut metal band that nobody else has ever heard of. Third of all, we do live in Iowa, but we live in one of the largest cities in Iowa, and this Walmart is right in the middle of it. And fourth, he's not only threatening me with a knife for not living up to his Manning pixie dream girl fantasy, but he thinks I'm gonna be scared of that pathetic excuse of a knife. At this point, I'm so sick of this asshole that I get in my car, tell him to screw off, and then slam the door and get the hell out of there. I haven't seen him since, but I work pretty much every day, so I guess it's only a matter of time.
No, it needs to be forward one.
Hey everyone, that's about it for today's stories. If you have your own story that you would like to send,
So that's what's blocking
you can send it in
it.
at southerncannibal.com, or you can email it at southerncannibalstories@gmail.com. I look forward to telling your story. Have a good night or good day, everyone.
Maybe.
And remember to always stay hungry.
Oh, but it says I can. Maybe that's the problem. I'm gonna move this over here. Can it go up now? Go here. Damn it. I was wrong. Why can't I put something there? I'm confused. Arnar! Are we at the end? Yeah, but the dramatic Reddit narrators are part of why it's so funny. Is this... dude, what? Okay. Let's try again. Okay. Hello? Work? What the hell? Okay, if this doesn't work, I swear to God. Can't intersect with walls. Girl, what walls? Is it because of this? I am so confused why this isn't working. Grrr. What the hell? Sims stairs, why are you so confusing and dumb? But that shouldn't... Is this the problem? If I do... Girl, what the hell? No. What the fuck? Bro. Bro, why is this so confusing? Fuck you, Sims. I hate you. Okay. I feel like it's gotta be that. It's gotta be that. If I do this, if I move everything in by one, will this fix it? Will that fix it? I'm gonna be pissed if that fixes it. What is this? What are you? Are you floor? What are you? Girl. What the fuck? Nope. Go back. Is it ceiling? I don't know what that was. Okay. Okay, bitch, I don't know. Okay. Come here. Shut up. Shut up, that worked. Oh my god. Bitch. 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 Are you kidding me? Okay, well, I kind of wanted this to be like a platform. Okay, well, let's see if we can fix this situation. Okay, pillows. Here, we'll do this. And you just stop being annoying. Can we do that? Nar, we have to do this in a different way. I swear to God. Oh, Sims, why must you be like this? But I think that does mean, because if I could shift everything, if I can make this work, you need to stop pissing me off, carpet. Dude, let me select the floor. Thank you. Okay. If I like isolate this as its own little room, will that work? Maybe? Is this gonna work? Or is this gonna piss me off and be annoying? I'm gonna finish this before I leave. Half wall. Half wall. You don't need to be a half wall, you need to be a no wall. Girl, why are you pissing me off so bad? There. What roof is this? It's like the roof. Why does that happen? What? Oh, because it's not covering. Can I just like do that? I can. Oh my god, that worked. Oh my god, that worked. I think. Okay, now I just have to move everything back. Ugh. Okay. So theoretically, that should work. And then I'll just once again move this. Oh my god. Where is even the drink anymore? It's like in the wall. There. No, it's literally in the wall. Oh my god. Okay. Fuck. Okay. But like, I'm hoping this works, dude. I'm gonna be... Can I do this? Did that work actually? Hold up. Oh my god. Oh, have I figured it out? Okay, why does... Yeah, that's not colored. Oh my god, wait a minute. Did I do it? Have I done it? Okay, queen. I just need you to go downstairs now. Okay. Go here. Please. Oh, we did it! Oh my god. Yes. I did it. I did it. That was way too difficult. Okay, so you can go upstairs now. I need to just check every staircase before we end, and then I will be no longer homicidal over this. Ignore that. Ignore the rug. Just gonna... Okay, so you can check that one off. Go there. Make sure we can go upstairs. What is happening up here? And upstairs, check. Be less tired. Alright, cool. That is checked off. Okay, now go back downstairs and go here. Ooh, that got blocked off. Wait, okay, go here. Whew. So that's why we gotta check it. We gotta check because sometimes it's not possible. Can we go there? Alright, we can go there. Is it this? Is this in the way? It must be that. It's gotta be that, right? What's in the way? Oh, she just switches to normal walking when she's on the stairs. God damn, is this difficult? The way she's walking, I can't. Like, she runs normal. I can't. It's so goofy. Alright. As soon as we figure out what the fuck is preventing us from going downstairs, go here. Go here? But for what? Oh, is it this? Go here. Oh, it is. Wait, no, it's not. Okay, wait. What is it? What's blocking your path, girly pop? Oh, does it need to be bigger? Hold on. No. Well, what the fuck? Why is it blocked? Okay, I will just delete you so you're not in the way. You shouldn't be in the way. I really don't see how this is in the way, but I'll move it. Just do that. And then just do... some lighting up here. Okay, what the fuck is this? Is this in the way? Okay, one of those things will have worked. Go there. Yes. Okay, one of them was blocking it. I don't know which one it was, but everything is now moved. Yeah, no, everything, yeah, I don't know. Right, I want to see that she can cook in those. Alright, that one worked. Can you cook in this one? Yep, cool. And you can use everything. Sweet! We did it! Yee! Finally, save. Yes. Completed, checked off. Saved. Finally we can play. Oh, come on, kitten. Alright, where's the kitten? Kitten. Why would you do this? What's wrong? Did you get sprayed by a skunk, Mr. Kitten? Can we give you a bath? No. This is what you get. That's what you get, kitten. Silly kitty. Where's Kitten? Where'd Kitten go? Girl, go. Hello. Speaking of which, I want to bind the kitty as our familiar really fast. Let me just cheat to 100% kitten love. Where's the kitten? She's sneaking up on the kitten. Where's kitten? Where is he? Is he in the tower? He's in here? Dude, where the fuck's the cat? Oh, he's right there. Girl, you stink. Anyway, become companions. You smell bad. What is wrong with you? Kitten. I'm not giving you a treat. You're in trouble. Okay, bind pet as familiar. Yes. Oh, no. I'm almost done, okay? Just want to bind the kitty as a familiar. And then we're done. Our stinky familiar. Oh my god. Let's go. Is Kitten not upset anymore? Yay, Kitten! Stinky Kitten! Can we brush? Yeah, let's brush. Will that help? Stinky cat. Runaway cat. He knew. He knew we were gonna brush him. Okay, okay. Well, hello to your sister. Okay, chat. Well, it took us all of stream to save and finish it. Let me swap over here. Save and exit. Actually, I'm not gonna exit. I saved it. I'm not exiting because we're gonna play some more on Fansly, but so all right, let's see. So today is the last stream of this month. I'm not streaming next week, I don't think. I will stream the week after. We're gonna do some planning, and then yeah, next week or next month I'm gonna be doing some more streams and working on posting more videos and stuff. So it should be good. I'm gonna start working on getting Twitch set up, getting just more stuff uploaded to the website. I'm probably gonna have I think that I'm gonna post not I'm at least gonna post all of the Halloween content to the paid section of the paid video section of my website. I'll post some to the free section as well, but that'll be up next month. Fansly gets it first because it's more expensive to be on Fansly. I know I'm not gonna see you for a week. I'm going on a vacation for a little bit at the end of October here. Give myself a reward for Halloween. Anyway, so we're gonna be planning next month's stuff. I'm not planning out which cosplays I'm gonna do. I'm gonna leave that more open-ended so I can just be like, I feel like doing this day or whatever. But we're gonna plan out YouTube videos because next month I want to work on that. My main goals next month: upload to website, YouTube videos, more like sex worker in-depth YouTube videos, and then 3 is working on Teddy Chan's model. Like, those are my main goals for next month and probably part of December as well. Yeah, getting that stuff set up so that I can have everything on my website starting to get set up more, hopefully getting other things and stuff set up more towards Christmas. Yeah, maybe make some more merch. We didn't do any Halloween merch, but maybe we can do that next month. Some belated Halloween merch, or we can do Christmas or something again. Anyway, I will see you guys over on Fansly in like 30 minutes. Let's do 30 minutes. Oh, breaking news. Chinese hackers targeted phones used by Trump and Vance. From the New York Times. What? Oh. Oh. Ugh. Yeesh. Goddamn. Well, anyway, on that a beautiful, amazing note, everyone go vote. I'm probably gonna go vote in my little in-between period here. What the fuck? But I haven't been online today. I've been busy. But anyway, I'll see you on Fansly in like 30 minutes. Otherwise, I'll see you in a little over a week. Thank you for hanging out with me. Mwah. Okay, bye. Bye. Enjoy the outro. Bye.